I love the snow. It's so beautiful and peaceful. And I can have snowball fights with the Kuhenki. Shall we have one now?
Drive carefully, all right? You don't want to end up in this situation again. Also, I don't think I've seen a train like this before. Is it a new... Not a fan of small talk, are you? Anyway, all the track switching is automated. So, as long as the train's moving, you don't need to worry about collisions or anything. We'll leave you to examine the train's conditions yourselves. Fingers crossed nothing's broken. I doubt Sir Tomoros has any engineers with experience working on this model.
Shouldn't be a problem. Thanks for everything.
All right then. Have a safe...
Destination settings have been applied. Let's give this thing a final once-over and then head out. Goggles, your time to shine.
Affirmative. Running vehicle
What's this?
Engine, green. Wheels, green. Diagnostics complete.
Neat! Huh. Paimons!
I've lived in Snezhnaya my whole life, and I've never heard of an
Strictly speaking, I wasn't designed purely to drive trains. Though I doubt you have any interest. All configurations are complete. Should you...
Away we go! Ooh, nope. Huh? What's going on?
Oh no.
What is this place? Traveler, are you okay? Paimon's still airborne.
Just our luck. Of all the things that could have gone...
Alyosha, you're Snezhnaya.
It's called the Shadow Realm. A place where no wind blows, no light shines, and no elemental energy flows. Even time itself doesn't exist here. It's a world where everything seems to come... I've only seen it a few times before, and this is my first time inside. It's a dangerous place, and the few who do make it back...
Huh? Then, what the... Oh, maybe Goggles knows something. Goggles? Great!
Hold it together. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I heard a story once about the world of shadows. If it's true, come on. shadows have been devoured. They're no longer amongst the living.
Go now! Advance!
I can't channel elemental energy here, but I have a few gadgets that still work.
Wait! What's that blue thing?
Guess we'd better find a way over.
Hello. I am glad.
For now, at least. But things aren't.
Correct. We are now inside what is known as the Shadow Realm. The darkest space in time and space hold no meaning here. It intersects with the world of the Light Realm only rarely. Like an air bubble that rises. We must leave this place before it sinks back down.
Sounds like you have a plan.
Yes. In fact, the very purpose of my it appears that key data is currently inaccessible. I have marked the exit to the Shadow Realm for your convenience. In addition, I have prepared some equipment to aid you as you traverse the Shadow Realm, traveler. It may well be one of my core functions. Scan complete. Construction in progress. Activation code? We once peered into the past from the ruins of the shadows. This is what remains of the Golden City, Hyperborea.
Whoa!
Now go. Arm yourselves with weapons of the spirit. Bring down the walls of the stronghold.
Is this?
In the Shadow Realm, where humans cannot channel the elements, there once was one who, after much let's go. When you encounter small obstacles, you can simply clamber over them. You can slide to navigate through low, narrow tunnels. Obstruction ahead. Since elemental energy is unavailable in the Shadow Realm, ammunition is an important... For long-range targets, try using the scope to line up your shot. Many hostile units approaching. I suggest a new strategy.
Grasp the advantage!
more enemies detected. Try attacking with the newly unlocked Assault function.
Can't take much more.
Nice.
Aim at the freeze mark and pull the trigger to move using the rope.
Need a refill.
Some supply points can restore a small amount of stamina. Press on.
Close in! Now! Taking cover! You thought I could...
Nice. Change of tactics.
You should be able to use the Prime Ice construct left here to cover long distances. I recommend using this grappling gun. Such devices were originally used. If you detach the connected hook, the grappling gun will automatically fire a rope to another nearby hook.
Charge! Need a refill! Gotta recharge! Time to catch my breath. State number 2. Mind the rhythm.
Sprint at the Prime Ice Launcher to reach high places with ease.
Gotta recharge!
Usable munitions detected. Frag crystal.
Frag out! Grenades have been breached! Oh, taking cover!
Try this!
Shift your center of gravity and slide down.
How much longer is this gonna take?
The exit is right ahead. We are very close now. However,
It's like they're trying to keep us trapped here. That platform and the carriages are swarming with undead Fatui. Guess we gotta storm through.
Time to catch my breath.
you may find switching to assault mode makes your attacks more effective.
Fall back!
Mind the rhythm!
Cover me! Taking cover! Where's the back? Losing ground!
Frag out!
Resuming search.
Gotta recharge! Gotta recharge!
Come on! We're almost there! Huh?
Looks like the Shadow Realm is about to sink back down into the depths.
The exit?
You mean this...
No time to think. We just gotta go for it. I can't believe the Shadow Realm manifested right on the railroad tracks. Lucky we made it out. All thanks to you and that awesome gun.
Ah, so you have heard of a...
Yeah! He came up a whole bunch in Nocrai. You're a pretty neat surprise in that sense, aren't you, Goggles? We had no idea they left cool gadgets like you behind.
Make no mistake, it was a team effort. For a first-time firearm user, your performance was quite... As Alyosha said, it is highly unusual for the Shadow Realm to manifest in a place like this. but we should still watch out.
Oh, let's hope not. If anything else...
The Shadow Realm can appear anywhere, not just on the railroad. I am simply advising that we take sensible precaution. Now, if you wish to further calibrate and upgrade your firearm, you may do so. Please take a moment to catch your breath while I repair the body of the train. Amongst other things, this will ensure Paimon is a little warmer.
Oh, thanks, Goggles. You're a trusty train conductor.
Yes, of course. And just like the Eye of Grey, I am sure it will be a great asset to you in your future adventures. If not the trustiest, then it will at least get the job.
Let's get some fresh air while the Eye of Grey fixes the train.
Yeah, sure. Paimon wants to forget all about... It's so quiet here for a train. Huh? So much for repair? You've swapped our train out for a whole new model!
My plan was to restore the train to its original appearance per my records as quickly as possible. Now that the repairs are complete, the train offers optimized performance and a significantly improved trendiness level.
Huh. Didn't know.
According to my calculations, perimeterization is the most effective way for the Eye of Grey to understand trendiness.
Hyperborea, huh? I'm sure I've heard of that in a story. You might want to avoid looking down if you're afraid of heights.
No, it's not that. Paimon's just praying that we don't have yet another accident. That mountain is breathtaking. Reminds Paimon of Dragonspine.
They say this mountain's the domain of a Snegovic lord. A lot of the Snegovic retreated there to live in seclusion, so it's a pretty mysterious place. You hear all kinds of stories. Even the residents of the nearby town of Svietlo-Lidovka steer clear of the summit, and they make a living off of harvesting prime ice. Look, Snezhnograd's just up ahead. Here we are. Welcome to Snezhnaya.
Wow! It's so...
It's built for maximum efficiency. But yes, in the future, you can use this train station to travel anywhere you want in Snezhnaya. For now, though, come with me. Let's get Paimon checked out. This way.
Ones are about the same height as Paimon, but it looks like they can't fly.
Those would be Volkudlak and Domovoy. You'll also see the winged Vila and the snowborn Snegovic amongst others.
No wonder. We'd heard that Snezhnaya used to be the realm of the Fae. Paimon can really see it now.
You see, I'm...
Surely not. That can't be possible.
Heard about it too?
Train delay.
You're not wrong about that.
Tell me it's happening again.
To the left is the market of Zolny. They sell everything there. You can often find some nifty little trinkets. To the right, you'll see the Korolyevsky Theater in the distance.
Look at that! Incredible!
It's so beautiful and peaceful. And I can have snowball fights with the Kuhenki. Shall we have one now? Huh?
I found it pretty stunning when I first came here too. But I soon found out that stunningly beautiful means stunningly expensive. I'm just a small-time hunter, so Zolny is where I spend most of my time. This way will take us to Podvorier restaurant. They offer food and lodging there, so you can get settled in while I fetch the doctor.
Is that gonna be...
Yeah. I mean, there are places to... Most of the stoves are out of crystal, the windows are drafty, and at night, four-legged roommates come out to play, sharpening their claws on the roof beams and floorboards.
Yep, no way. Not a chance Paimon's staying anywhere like that. Maybe we can split the cost of the room between us? Paimon still has some savings left. Fine then. It's your treat. Don't worry. You'll get some too.
I'm glad to see you've perked. If you find yourselves in the mood for some sightseeing later, there's a few This way leads to Zapoliarny Palace, which serves as the Tsaritsa's audience chamber and also her personal quarters. The adjacent block is kind of a city in its own right. That's Glupov, the headquarters of the Fatui. Inside, there's a munitions factory known as the Armory Palace, producing a constant supply of all kinds of equipment for the Fatui. A lot of important... And over there is the Snezhnograd Vecha, where all the big shots meet regularly to make policy decisions. These places are best admired from a distance.
Yeah, they probably have
The downtown area is near the center of Zapoliarny. That's where you'll find the... Another place of interest is the Northland Bank, which is over this way. Oh, and I'm sure you'll want to make contact with the Adventurers Guild at some point, right? That's right here.
Ooh, speaking of adventuring, we use alchemy quite a lot.
No one practices alchemy at Snezhnograd, I'm afraid.
Oh, we'll just have to use the one on the train then. Kinda inconvenient. Wait, how come there's one on the train if that's Snezhnayan too?
Yeah, I don't know. Not my area of expertise. Still, I wouldn't say the absence of alchemy anyway. Finally, there's Zolny in that direction. It's mostly residential buildings and factories, but there's a few shops too. That's about it. You guys go ahead.
Sounds good. Thanks for all the...
Podvorye restaurant.
Oh, no.
You all missed the good times.
Again.
Ad Astra Abyssosque. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild head.
Looks like you get what you pay for, huh? Paimon likes this room a lot. Yeah, much better now that we're out of the cold. Oh, thanks for taking such good care. If this were anywhere else, we'd be out investigating and adventuring by now. But you're right. No, a lot happened on our way into the city. Let's review what obviously a million more question is. What is this Tsaritsa planning? Everything else leads back to Sheer Wise. And so far, we've learned that in addition to the 7 Gnosis, her but we won't get to see her anytime soon. Alyosha said that she went east to fight that big mon. It must be a pretty powerful one if it can blanket the whole of Snezhnaya in a snowstorm this awful. To be honest, what we're really lacking right now is information. The kind of Paimon can't think of a few people who might be able to help us. Right. And when we left Nocry, Sandrone specifically left a message reminding us which side we're on. So, it's unlikely they'd tell us anything confidential about the Tsaritsa's grand plan. Yeah, fair point. Besides, that Glupov place is right nearby. We've got nothing. There's gotta be someone there willing to talk to us, right? Maybe Arlecchino, but it's unlikely we could sweet-talk Arlecchino. Let alone Sandrone. She basically told us this. Yeah, the last time was all the way back in Fontaine, right?
Hello. Is there a traveler and Paimon in there?
That's Alyosha.
Hello, I'm Dr. Luneva. Alyosha mentioned that one of you is feeling a little under the weather. I see. So you're my patient today, yes? And you're a...
Good question. Paimon's not too sure either, but she's definitely not the same kind of fae as the ones we saw at the...
Not exactly. It's just, I'm used to treating human patients. Fae tend to be far more resilient than even the healthiest and most long... But don't worry, I do have some experience treating fae. I've even diagnosed plenty of cats and dogs in my time.
It'll be fine. Paimon, right? We're no different when it comes down to it, are we? More like you don't eat enough. The more talking you do, the more...
Now... Okay, vital signs are good. Test results are all within normal ranges. I can give you some medicine to tide you over. But as long as you rest properly for the next couple of days, you should feel better. If you find yourself with a persistent low-grade fever, or if your symptoms don't improve...
Sounds like there's no cause for alarm.
Thank you, Doctor.
You're very welcome. Just doing my job. I'll leave you in peace.
Take care. You heard the doctor. Best you rest up here for a couple days. No sightseeing for the time being.
All right, then. Guess we've got no choice.
I have to get back to it. If you need anything else from the doctor or me, go to the Hunter Trade Station in Zolny. The boss there knows how to reach me. Hey, no big deal. You saved my life in the Shadow Realm. This is the least I could do.
All right, time to find Child and see what he can tell me.
Hold on. Please display your invitation letter or permit. Glupov does not accept meeting requests without a prior appointment. You'll have to apply per the advertised booking process and wait until your invitation letter is issued. Might I ask who you're hoping to visit? Another one who thinks the rules don't apply to them. I don't understand why people think they can just... But I have to go through the motions for protocol's sake. Honestly, it's such a waste of time. Wait a moment. I'll pass on your message. Lord Child is a busy man. He's probably not in Glupov at present. If I were you, even if you two are old friends as you claim, please understand that the Fatui Harbingers are often busy with their official duty. Next time, stick to the rules. You'll make life easier for both of us. Greetings, Lady Marionette.
I'll take care of our guest here. It's his first time in Snezhnaya, so it's no surprise that he doesn't know the rules yet. I trust no choice words have been exchanged. No misunderstandings,
No, Lady Marionette. No Whew. That was a close call. Good thing I played it cool.
Is that right? Good to know. Wait, where's Paimon? Under the weather? That's hard to imagine. She's always buzzing with energy. I take it she's still adapting to the climate. Happens to a lot of people. It's even colder here than in Nodcry. Has she seen a doctor? I can get you one if you need. All right then. Well, let me know if you run into any other problems. Why else? I was just about to sit down for some much-needed tea time when I heard that an old friend of Tartaglia's had shown up outside. No appointment, nothing. And, as obnoxious as it may be to show up uninvited at Glupov, I couldn't help but take pity on the poor soul who was waiting outside in vain. So I had no choice but to abandon my freshly brewed piping hot tea. Well, I felt our time working together in Nodcry warranted some courtesy. I couldn't Unfortunately, I can't invite you inside either. The rules of Glupov wouldn't allow it, and as a harbinger, on the plus side, Snezhnograd actually has some class. Unlike Nausea Town. Torchlight Books has a very nice selection of teas and cakes. Your treat, of course. Because I already wasted one perfectly good cup of tea today. I've ordered for the both of us. No objections, I assume. I'm sure you trust my taste. Okay, let's get down to business. I'm guessing you don't actually have any urgent business with Tartaglia, per se. You just want information, right? Wanna take a guess? Of course you'd say that. You shouldn't underestimate Counselor Tartaglia, you know. That's right. I'm sure you've heard of the Snezhnograd Vecha by now. Well, he's busy preparing some paperwork for their next meeting. They'll be discussing yet another extension to Project Stuzha. It's basically all anyone cares about in the Vecha these days. Yeah, he's more of the shoot first, ask questions later sort, isn't he? It all started with a very detailed letter that Capitano left for the jester, Piero, before leaving for Natlan. In that letter, he detailed the future arrangements for his subordinates. All of his key people were reassigned to Tartaglia. I guess he'd already prepared to leave us for good all the way back then. But Piero didn't reveal the contents of the letter until the events in Natlan had concluded. That was his reaction, too. Why me? With a bewildered look on his face. He'd always assumed Capitano looked down on him. He was a man who kept his thoughts to himself and barely spoke to him the whole time they'd known each other. But he occasionally brought Tartaglia along to my tea parties back in the day. So to the rest of us, it was clear that Capitano had quite a lot of respect for his young comrade. By the rest of us, I mean my Tea Party regulars. Arlecchino, Rosaline, and... actually, not Columbina. She was probably oblivious to it. Anyway, then the Liu-S situation happened. Normally, it took a lot to get under Capitano's skin, but that time he was furious. It's not really my place to talk about it, though. You can ask Tartaglia about it sometime. Basically, Tartaglia probably had the wrong idea about Capitano all along. Right up until Capitano believed that despite Tartaglia's immaturity, he showed great potential. Plus, he possessed a kind of purity rarely seen among members of the Fatui. Yeah, it's one of the few things that I'd agree those two have in common. But there's one other reason why Capitano chose Tartag. He knew that after he was gone, several of the others would swoop in on his army like vultures, with the ones who stood to benefit the most being the rooster Pulcinella and Regrator Pantalone. Once they divided Capitano's troops between them, they'd be more powerful than ever. No, so, you can see why Capitano chose to hand that letter to Piero, right? Exactly. Piero also needed to back a harbinger as soon as possible. And all things considered, Tartaglia was the best choice. Even though Tartaglia has had the support of Northland Bank for a long time, he and Pantalone are ultimately not cut from the same cloth. I'd say Capitano made a good judgment call. Anyone else caught in this situation would probably feel like they'd been hung out to... His best course of action will be to distance himself from any shady business, while still maintaining friendly relations with Pantalone, but seeking Pulcinella's support at the same time. What's the point in having a tea party if you don't spill out? Besides, none of this is confidential anyway. Ask any journalist out there. You'll see it firsthand if you ever sit in on a session of the Snezhnograd Vecha. All the factional strife, whether open or unspoken, it plays out for all to see in that one little room. Having a voice in a Vecha is the only way to steer policies in your favor. So, every person in that room represents a particular interest group. Pantalone, for instance, represents the financial sector, and Tartaglia represents the Fatui soldiers. Personally, I have no interest in political jousting. But since I have a number of engineers and researchers under my command, I have to make their voices heard. Then there's Pulcinella, the linchpin of the Vecha. He represents politics itself. Everything involves him, so nothing can bypass him. Any issue that comes up, he knows how to mediate. That's what the Tsaritsa values most about him.
I'm starting to see why everyone is so frustrated with the way things are. But also, a complex web of interests connects all parties involved. And the Tsaritsa sitting at the top adds another layer of complexity. It must be nearly impossible to come up with—
All right, I'm done carrying this conversation. You must have known that you can get the info you needed from me. So why was Tartaglia the first person you asked to see and not me? Huh? Jealous? As if. Wait. Oh, I think I know what it is. I only meant you should be mindful of which side you're on. Is that actually why you didn't ask for me? Because you took that to heart? Fair enough. It's not your fault. I blame all these politicians I've been hanging around with lately. Always beating about the bush when they talk. I guess it must have rubbed off on me. Anyway, just ask for my help next time, okay? Little things like this are no problem.
Lady Marionette.
What now? Can't you see I'm on my break? Whatever.
Sorry to disturb you during your break, ma'am, but I'm afraid
Isn't it always? I've told you before.
The equipment in Svietlo-Lightovka is in urgent need of maintenance. With how the weather's been recently, we suspect that the cause is a buildup of snow, exceeding the supports on one of the machines broke and fell, awakening a dormant beast and leaving many of the ice miners trapped in a nearby ice. Luckily, Odette's team was nearby and launched a rescue operation. But we're still facing a severe manpower shortage for both the rescue—
I guess that's it then. Our tea party will have to end here. I'm the only engineer you'll— Do you actually want to come with, or are you just saying that? Nice of you to return the favor. I'll have a couple of people look after Paimon. They can let her know that you had to step out for a while. Given how urgent this is, I'm sure. And honestly, I'd rather have your help than anyone else's. Between your skills and experience, you'd be reliable. Then let's go. You, take 2 people. If anything happens to Paimon, you'll be answering.
Yes, Lady Marionette.
They weren't exaggerating. This is really dangerous. It's a good thing only one of them broke. From what I've been told, most of the trapped miners are over in that direction. Yeah, you do that while I check the rest of the equipment. Meet me back here as soon as you're...
I have to be getting close.
Don't go any further. It's too dangerous here. There's a highly aggressive monster on the prowl. You need to leave, now. Ah, I see. You're the backup from Snezhnograd. Well...
Ah, so this is Odette. She was the first member of the Fatui on the scene.
There are 5 people trapped in the cave. Monster type is unknown, and let's go. Careful. Something's moving. This must be the monster's shadow. Looks like a tough opponent. Shadow lots of the snowflakes.
Stay back!
Together, crystalline adagio. Hey. I see them. They're right behind the monster. The monster seems very agitated. It could attack at any moment. Let's make the first move.
Here! Following thunder!
Pirouette. Witness the snow swan's grace.
Take this!
Together. Pas-de-deux.
Here! Thunderclap!
Waltz of the snowflakes.
Oh, thank you for saving us. We'd have been monster fought.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You should be safe now. Follow this route.
Thank you.
I've searched the area. Pretty sure the monster made it. Yeah, but with us here, it won't be coming back. It may be small, but don't be fooled. It's a ferocious. It's lucky we got here when the trapped miners have been successful.
Wait, this place. There's...
What is that?
I don't know. It's back?
Guess it has family. This way. Run! Thanks. Let's get out of here. Everyone's accounted for. We managed to rescue. You really held your own today. I still don't know your name. Don't think I've seen you before. All right then. Hello.
I hear the rescue operation was a great success. What brings you here, Odette?
No, a Fatui mission. I happened to be nearby and heard the crash.
She hasn't introduced herself then. Odette is the prima ballerina of Snezhnograd. She's quite the celebrity. If you ever hear people mention the two crowning jewels of the Korolievsky troupe, they're talking about Odette and the prima donna, Vodianitsa. On top of that, Odette's also a rising Fatui star. It's looking likely she'll inherit the title of the Fair Lady. She learned all her combat skills from Rosaline herself. Used to be one of her most valued subordinates.
You flatter me, Lady Marion.
If she's Rosaline's protege, that makes me... Never mind. There's no need to bring it up. No point making things awkward.
How's progress on your end, Lady?
Equally successful. I finished reinforcing all the equipment. Took me a little longer without Polonia's help. But even if the heavy snowfall summoned by that monster lasts for another 3 months straight, this equipment won't give way. All right, now that we're done here, it's time to get out of this blizzard. Sure, but Snezhnograd will send someone to investigate and draw up a relief plan. And I guess I'll have to write the incident report myself this time. So first, Pantalone needs to approve the budget, then Pulcinella has to sign off on the plan. Once they've argued it out and reached a that's the rough process anyway. Could take anywhere from a couple of weeks to a couple of months, depending on how smoothly it goes. Yup, nothing we can do about it. There's a whole stack of incident reports like this back at the office.
The snow has eased a little for now, but there's no telling when that will change with that monster still at large. Fuel for heating is in short supply, and relief is weeks away. There's no immediate threat to life. It just feels like there should be a better way.
Hey, quit daydreaming. When did you get a new sword?
I found it in a cave. It handles pretty nicely.
You have a strange affinity for secondhand swords. Well, if it isn't Counselor Tartaglia, Mr. Big...
Go easy on me, all right? I'm still recovering from the interrogation the real... Hey, comrade, it's been too long. I heard you came looking for me earlier. Good to see you too, Odette. I'm guessing you guys just got back from Sviatlot...
It went fine.
How about you? Any new developments?
Not really. Same as ever. Growing opposition to Project Stuzha, and the usual rebuttals are starting to ring hollow. The results of the mock vote were pretty dire. Pulcinella was fuming. I've never seen the old man so angry.
That's not good news. It takes a lot to rattle him.
Yeah. Obviously, if push comes to shove, there are ways to crack down on dissent.
Sorry, I have to ask something.
Huh?
It sounds to me like everyone's tearing their hair out trying to figure out how to deal with opposition to Project Stuzha. But what exactly is this project's purpose? And how can it be so important that even people like you two refuse to stand up for the ordinary people of Snezhnaya?
Interesting. I gotta hand it to you, comrade. You sure don't mince your words.
Excuse him? What does he mean, refuse to stand up for ordinary people?
Oh my gosh. How does he dare speak to the Harbingers like that?
Are you interrogating us now?
It's okay, Sandrone. Let me explain. I think I understand. If I could, I'd take your side right now. In fact, my position's very similar to yours. I've only held back on casting a dissenting vote in the Vecha because the Tsaritsa would never let me get away with it. Still, I have a responsibility to the Fatui armed forces, so I do what I can to make their voices heard. Most of them are just regular folks. I'm sure you've seen how much those kinds of places are struggling right now. Oh, and for what it's worth, I'm from Arepasak myself. Things aren't going so swell there either. The Tsaritsa wants to create a better, safer future for the people of Snezhnaya, but she's thinking long-term. I don't doubt that from where you're standing, Project Stuzha seems to be creating all— But considering the Tsaritsa's vision for the future, these are sacrifices worth making. Sounds cold, I know. But maybe Sandrone and I can't oppose Project Stuzha outright, but we're constantly raising our concerns in Vecha meetings. And even though we can't put an end to it, there are plenty of other ways to make a difference. We're trying everything we can think of, and so is Pulcinella. I respect Her Majesty, the Tsaritsa, and trust her decisions. But at the end of the day, I'm still just a normal guy who cares deeply about my homeland. And my family. There's no way I would ever abandon them.
As contentious as things can get within the Vecha, there's no selfishness or malice behind it. Everyone wants to get through this period as smoothly. The issue is that there's no way of pleasing everyone under the present circumstances. Most of the time, we're trying to decide on the lesser of two evils, which obviously isn't a great look. But that is not the same thing as being blindly loyal to the Tsaritsa. No one's got their head in the sand here. We're all well aware of the way things are. We're just doing our best to make it work.
In fairness to Sandrone, she rushed to Svietlo Lidovka's aid the moment she heard that people were in danger, and even Tartaglia, who used to only care about the thrill of the fight, is clearly doing his best to rise to the demands of his new role as counselor.
Hey, come on. There's only so much we can say, so don't press us too hard. Look, I know how untenable the Tsaritsa's position looks if you don't understand her motives. Maybe you've heard already, but she's currently leading her army on a campaign to the east to defeat the monster that's been causing the— Striking that monster down will be a significant step in dealing with the— As laser-focused as she is on realizing her lifelong ambitions, she's still putting time and energy into taking— To me, that says a lot. If she thought Snezhnaya and its people didn't matter in the grand scheme of things, why would she waste her time on something like this? Thanks. I meant every word I said, though.
I still think this adventurer raises— Our two harbingers have made their positions very clear. But there are many others in the Vecha who must feel— I think it's a very valuable quality to be willing to speak one's mind, despite the risk of offending powerful figures.
You can say that again. I highly doubt we'd feel the need to explain ourselves so much if we didn't know you so well.
Forgive me, adventurer, but might I be so bold as to ask about your background?
Oh, haven't you been properly introduced?
Easier said than done. I like to think I'm not the kind of person who goes around busting open people's old wounds.
I've only learned his name so far, and no detail.
Uh-oh. Is there no avoiding the subject?
No, it's just— This is the world-renowned traveler, who helped resolve the storm terror threat in Mondstadt, cleaned up after the mess I made in Liyue, and then went to Inazuma. There was a duel before the throne, in which the traveler defeated Rosaline.
I'm sorry. I didn't think you two would be seeing much of each other, so I figured it wasn't worth bringing up.
It's fine. It was a long time ago. Sorry, I just remembered that we have a rehearsal coming up. Please—
I've mentioned this to you before, remember? She was Rosaline's most valued subordinate. But they didn't actually get along. Not that Rosaline was really the type of person to make friends, but death has a way of resolving a lot of conflicts.
Don't let it weigh on you. Like she said, it was a long time ago. Odette has a very different personality from Rosaline. Give her some time. I'm sure she'll work— Oh, by the way—
She hasn't been feeling well, so she's resting up.
Oh, right. Sorry to hear that. Poor thing. Reminds me of when Tonya was little. I felt so bad for her seeing her lying in bed, coughing. She was so mature for her age, though. I'm sure Paimon's a good kid, too. You're a little short on manpower, right? Let me have a couple of my people take over for yours. I'll send my most capable and reliable.
Well, that would be great. Your people...
Hey, don't mention it. I'm sure you have things to do. Hopefully this... So no more accusing me of not being on your side, all right?
Already? That was quick.
I'm afraid I can't help you there. Our director's recent movements are confidential. If you hadn't told me, I never would have known he'd gone south. I assumed he'd been in Glupov this whole time. Well, I guess I'd better go sort out Paimon's security situation.
Me too. I have an incident report to write up. Let's leave it there for now.
I guess everyone's in a difficult position. But Tartaglia's right. I have things to start with. I should ask Alyosha if he knows any way to... How strange. This sword seems to be vibrating of its own accord. It's a very faint vibration, but it's getting strong. Does this sword have some connection to the statue? That place I got this sword from was definitely out of the ordinary. Maybe I... There really is something special about this sword. I don't really understand what just happened, but I'm pretty sure this sword just got a little more... I'll have to try the same thing again when I come across another statue of the Seven.
Hello there. How can I help? Ah, sure thing.
It's a familiar story. I've had similar experiences. Although Snezhnograd doesn't deliberately delay or withhold relief, those first few days, it's a fundamental contradiction. If emergency relief can't be delivered in time, what's the point in even calling it emergency relief? Not necessarily. I think there's a good chance that Kresnik Kristov, when we resolve Stratomoros' energy issue, it's like we open the floodgates. A huge backlog of crystal is now available to the townspeople. There's no way they can use it up at once. A lot of them will probably stockpile it and slowly work their way through. Probably a good idea, since energy prices are only going to keep rising. But there will always be people who urgently need more. Exactly. At the current prices, selling crystal is an easy way for an ordinary person to make a Hey boss, how much do I have left in my account?
1 second, let me check. So...
Yeah, I don't know if I have enough, so I'll chip in a little extra and buy as much as I can afford. No, it's fine. You're new to Snezhnaya, and you have your own living expenses to worry about. Besides, you're already providing the train.
Here's your Mora. See what you can find at the market. But
Yeah, well... Let's see... Huh?
Oh, Alyosha, and... Hello.
I didn't realize you two knew each other. Yeah, I take on some odd jobs in the city to supplement my hunting income. Sometimes I work as a cleaner or prop hand at the theater where Odette is one of the big stars. So when the weather's as bad as this, it's better for a hunter to adapt than to keep...
Yes, and we sometimes need...
Wait, why is the atmosphere so awkward? I thought things went pretty smoothly in Svia. So, what brings you here, Miss Odette? Looking for some new
No. After I got back to the theater, I couldn't stop thinking about the situation in Sviatlo-Lidovka. It bothered me so much, I couldn't focus on my dancing. So I decided I'd come here and see if there's anything I can do. You too, I presume. I suppose that's why you're here. I didn't feel comfortable expressing my true opinions in front of the Harbingers. Not least because ordinary Fatui like me don't even know what Project Stuzha is all about. Without knowing the full picture, I can't make sense of it. And at some point, if things aren't making sense to me, I can't just keep...
So many people feel the same way. They wish they could do something, but all kinds of reservations hold them back. Explains why groups like the Rokot are springing up to fill the gap.
Yes. Well, that's one option. But there are risks to consider with organizations like that. The Fatui does not...
Right, because things can get out of hand, and it's hard to hold the right people accountable when they do. I've heard about a few cases like...
Sandrone said Odette was on track to inherit the title of the Fair Lady. If so, she'll be able to find out what Project Stuzha... Still, it's probably a little soon to ask her about that.
What's on your mind? I think we can both agree that no matter which side you're on, it can't stop you from doing the right thing. Where there's a will, there's a way. I know what Rosaline did while she was abroad. You made the right decision. So, what's your...
Oh, we were gonna buy some crystal. I heard there's some on the market right...
Funny. I had the same idea. In that case, the real issue here is that government relief is behind schedule. Surely it makes more sense for the state to cover these costs than for us to pay out of our own...
True. It's a huge expense after all.
Let me see. I'll take it all, please. Right. Choose mission budget under the expense category, but be sure to specify emergency rescue operation in the description. Otherwise, the normal reimbursement limit will apply. Let's book this train. Regulations say that if we need to transport Kresnik Crystal during Project Stuja, extra carriages can be added 1 hour before departure. That should do it. The train will be escorted to its destination.
This is my first time seeing you handle Fatui affairs, Miss Odette.
You flatter me. It's only because I've been doing both my whole life.
Anyway, I bet you've been non-stop today, am I right? Any idea how Paimon's doing?
What's wrong?
His travel buddy. Hasn't been feeling well.
Sounds like she's important to you. I can't believe you've been dealing with this on top of everything you've been doing to help the people of Snezhnaya.
I've got nothing going on right now, so I'll join you.
May I come too? I have some candy that someone gave me back in Svietla-Lidovka. Plus, I know a little bit about relieving cold symptoms.
All right then. I still don't know what the deal is between these two, but at least the tension seems...
Hello. Sorry, but there's a...
What happened?
Oh. Please, excuse me. Are you the traveler? Ah, it's really you. Sorry for the inconvenience. At the same time, we can't interfere with Podvoye Restaurant's business. That would only seem all the more suspicious and draw unwanted attention to this room. Besides myself, a few of my colleagues are stationed in and around the restaurant, in plain clothes, of course. Rest assured, you're in...
I didn't expect such a high standard of protection.
Well, Master Child handpicked us for this special assignment. Anyway, I won't keep you any longer.
Traveler! Alyosha, you're back! Oh, hey! Who's our new friend?
Hi, I'm Odette. The Traveler and I crossed paths a few times.
Another friend from the Fatui, huh? You're practically a member yourself by this point. Paimon's definitely on the mend. We should be back to our usual travels in a few days' time. Seems like that doctor was right. Paimon!
I have just the thing.
Whoa! What's this? Is that a flame inside an ice cube? Wait,
All keen observations. You're right. Whenever I've caught a cold in the past, I found I recover much more quickly if I place this by my bed.
awesome! Wow! It's so nice and warm! Your name was Odette, right? How did you two meet again?
Looks like she's in pretty good spirits. Any progress with your investigation yet? No surprises there, I'm sure. They're not likely to let anything slip. The Rokad, huh? Members of the Rokad keep their true identities hidden, but... leave it with me. Meet me at the Korolyevsky Troop tomorrow, and I'll...
Would anyone like a drink? I'm gonna head to the bar.
Paimon will have... me enough with the secret chat, you two. Let's catch up properly in a minute. Paimon wants to know it'll be kinda like tabletop troop. No reason why listening to a story can't be... The boss is gonna give Paimon a copy of the latest newspaper to read.
Ah, you made it. I've got some tickets, and I managed to set something up with the... It'll have to wait until after the show, though. Pleasure.
Please present yourself for a routine inspection in a...
Is that guy with the Fatui?
Okay, all done.
What's up? Everything okay? Snezhnaya's business and political leaders are always passing through here, so it makes sense that security's tight. Still, it's a little unusual to see the Fatui's Armory Palace guard here. You saw him, right? The guy right at the back. Strong, silent type. His name's Valeri. He's part of the Special Assignments Battalion, but I only ever see him here for one thing. To look for a guy named Mitya, supposedly a researcher, though he never seems to put much time in at the office. The theater is one of his favorite places to hang out when he's playing, but that's not for us to worry about. What do you think? Pretty impressive, huh? Oh, the one in Fontaine? I hear it's iconic. Here we are, just in time. Sorry, coming through.
If you're gonna show up late, keep your mouth shut.
What's his problem? Whatever. Nope.
Look, there she is. That's who I'm introducing you to later. She's the lead singer of the troupe, Vodyanitsa. This leads directly to the green room. They're expecting us. Vodyanitsa will... Hey there.
Can you believe it? I am so mad right now.
Oh, it's you two.
Huh? You know each other? Oh, wait. Is this who you were telling me about? The one you met yesterday and couldn't stop thinking about?
I never said that.
Yes, you did. Why are you denying it? It was right before I went on that rant about the moody factory owner.
Might I ask what brings you two here?
Oh, I just brought him here to see the show. And when it finished, he was full of praise for Vodyanitsa's performance. So I thought I'd try my luck. See if we could get the chance to chat for a bit.
You work here. You of all people ought to know that's against the rules. It's
Oh, what's the big deal? Come on, don't be shy. I can give you an autograph. You can take a picture too if you want.
Do as you please. I finished all my shows for the day.
I wasn't making that stuff up, you know. Odette's just too proud to admit it. She thinks very highly of you. And so do I.
We're good. Odette's out of earshot. I'll lock the door. Confidentiality, of course. The Rokad is very strict on that.
Whoa, Alyosha? Not out loud. Not with an outsider here.
Relax, I've taken care of it. Look at this.
The president's reply sent this morning. Wait, so he's...
You told me last night that you wanted to get intel from the Rokot. Unfortunately, Rokot intel is only available to members. But ever since you set foot in Snezhnaya, we've been working together. I've seen the way you work, your character. Everything about you is perfectly in alignment with what we're trying to achieve in the Rokot. So, I wrote a letter to the president explaining your situation, including just the right amount of detail. Of course, it's still your decision whether you want to join or not. We'll respect your choice.
Well, assuming Odette was telling the truth and she didn't misjudge you, I guess we'd... Still, you gave me a real fright. I didn't know that's why... So, that stuff you said about admiring my performance, was that just because Odette... Now you're talking. That's what I like to hear.
Anyway, let me give you a quick rundown of how things work. Like I said, the Rokot is a covert organization, and members typically don't meet in person or even know each other's identities. This helps us maintain a high level of independence. Because of this, members are basically free to decide their methods without constraints, so long as the outcome of any activity doesn't violate the organ.
After all, we don't have any ostensible contact with each other. This way, if anything goes wrong...
Beyond the freedom to choose how you operate, it's also your choice whether to act at all. We have plenty of members who have yet to take any action. In short, joining the Rokot in and of itself won't place any restrictions on your activity. There's a code of conduct you can read if it interests you. But basically, as long as you don't plan on using your anonymity to go around doing evil, you'll be fine.
I tried reading it 5 or 6 times. Never made it all the way through. Even the most lackluster script makes for more interesting reading.
Great. Then I'll go grab an official.
Well, Alyosha has this pet dog, you see. His name's Tagarin, and this one Tagarin took quite a liking to me, so I played with him for a little bit and fed him some treat. Then, the Rokot was out on a mission one day, and even though we were all in disguise, Tagarin recognized me right away.
Just a coincidence, really. We didn't report it to the higher-ups, though, to avoid dealing with the fallout. Like... my job at the theater, for instance. By the way, what were you complaining about just before we came in? Did everything go okay with Chuga?
Everything did not go okay. That's why I was so mad. I tried to make some small talk with him before I went on stage to fish for intel about the Iskra manufacturing, but he wouldn't take the bait. No matter. And then he started complaining. He said he didn't appreciate his second-rate seat in the stalls because he usually gets a private box. I mean, what did he expect? Everyone knows that if you want a box seat, you buy a ticket well in advance. But instead, he sends me a letter the day before the show when we're practically sold out. I had to juggle things around just to get him a half-decent seat, hoping he would appreciate the gesture enough to share some information. But nope, he didn't give me anything.
Yeah, meeting Chuganov in person has... Oh, you probably don't know who we're talking about, do you? Chuganov was that older guy you were sitting next to today. I'm sure he didn't make a great first...
To the citizenry, he's a family man and a kind boss. But our interactions with him tell a very different story. It's one thing to ask for a favor, but he acts like it's his right. He always expects special treat. Take the ticket situation, for instance. I've actually gotten him a private box in the past. But not only was he not even grateful, now he's acting like I've sold him short this time. Not to mention that he's never paid for a single one of his tickets. And another thing, if he's such a big family man, why doesn't he bring his wife and daughter to see the show once in a while? I've never...
Calm down, Vodyanitsa. If you won't do it the easy way, we'll have to try the hard... But first things first. Here's your application form.
Excellent. We'll hold on to this for you. All right. Now that we're officially Rokot comrades, I can tell you. Recently, we've done some recon work at the Iskra manufacturing plant, which pretty much confirmed that their energy consumption is way beyond the legal limit. All we need now is some direct evidence to present to the Vetcha, so we...
That way, the Kresny Crystal can be allocated to where it's needed most.
I was hoping he might let slip during one of our chats, but he's too tight-lipped. Well, I'm meeting another regular theater-goer tonight. Mitya.
But Valeri's here too, and he's probably looking for Mitya, so he may...
Don't you worry. He must know how to dodge Valeri, or he wouldn't be showing up on time. Mitya is a renowned energy expert. Although we can't get any direct evidence of the excessive energy consumption at the plant, we can accidentally let the information slip to him. The authorities should take someone like him seriously. So if he starts raising questions about energy use at the Iskra manufacturing plant, there will be a proper Also, we're not allowed on site, but he has clearance. So all we need is his cooperation. Yeah, so that's the other thing we're trying to figure out. Though I think we're far less likely to make any progress. Still, I hear that Mitya is a bit of a chatterbox. So, who knows? Maybe if we kept...
What do you think? Sound like something worth your time?
Okay, in that case, you guys find a seat somewhere nearby. Pretend you're a couple of buddies there to eat, and keep... He's a huge fan, so I doubt he'll have his guard up around me. But you two need to be convincing. If he suspects anything at all, he might stop.
Sure. Don't worry. We'll make a believable...
Perfect!
Okay.
Everything!
I love the snow. It's so beautiful and peaceful. And I can have snowball fights with the companions.
We come here often, so we shouldn't stand out. Now, it's up to Vodyanitsa.
Mr. Mitya! Over...
Oh, sorry. I got a little held up on my way here. Now we have even less time than we planned. Go ahead and order some snacks and drinks. Whatever you like. Let me see. According to my...
You're really pressed for time today, huh? I was imagining this would be a leisurely chat. If you'd prefer, we can always
No need. Getting to meet the lead singer, I've already had to decline your invitation several times because our schedules rarely align. If I don't grab this chance while it's here, who knows when the next one will...
Well, it's very kind of you to make time just for me.
I'm not too sure, to be honest. But Snezhnaya's full of weird and wonderful things like that, so people tend not to bat an eye. I'm sure the same will go for the Eye of Grey and Paimon.
The reason I invited you out for tea and a chat today was to get some feedback.
Well, I genuinely have nothing bad to say. No matter how many times I hear you sing, it never gets old. Maybe it's because the more times I listen, the more deep...
Thank you! I'm delighted to hear.
Oh, yeah. The piece you sang today, for example. Beneath the Frozen River? Hey, what's with you? I'm just praising a good performance. I always used to find that such a bleak and lonely song. But the more you listen, the more you realize that it's not as cold and nihilistic as it appears. When you really dig down into it, there's a certain level where you're...
Wow, I'm impressed. I didn't expect you to pick up on that. Still, Beneath the Frozen River wasn't on today's program.
Oh, really? But it's a classic.
Almost.
Oh. Well then, let me say a few words about that other all-time classic, Flying in the Wind from the Mountain Sparrow.
I didn't sing that one today either. My voice wasn't quite up to it, so I switched it out at the last minute.
Oh.
Sorry, Mr. Mitya, but you were at the theater today, yes?
Of course I was. Remember? I said hello to all the troupe members before the show started. You, Odette, and the...
So what did Odette sing today?
Elegy of the Snow-Winged Goose, of course.
Correct. I see. You find my singing boring, don't you? That's why you don't remember a single song. Looks like I'll need to cut a few from the program next time.
No, that's not it. I swear. All right. I'll be straight with you. I'm sorry. I enjoy watching your shows because the exquisite performances stimulate the mind. So whenever I get stuck at work, I come to the theater for a change of pace. Odette's dance during the Elegy of the Snow-Winged Goose today was simply incredible. It got me wondering what she's been going through recently. That look of sheer defiance in the face of utter tragedy? It was so inspiring. Not that I made a ton of progress in the grand scheme of things, but I still think it was productive. By the time I snapped out of it...
So what you're saying is, you didn't listen to my singing at all?
Unfortunately not. I'm sorry. I don't know which is more disrespectful. The fact that I don't always come for the...
Seems like things are getting a little awkward.
Mitya just stepped into a conversational minefield. If there's one thing Vodyanitsa doesn't like, it's people who show disrespect for her performance. This meeting was so hard to set up. Don't tell me it's already...
It's fine. I suppose this is affirming in its own way. At least, it shows that our performance really touches people's hearts, right? Don't let it bother you.
She's showing a lot of restraint.
Well, I'll be sure to let Odette know how much you adored her performance.
Please don't say that. I always love your performances too.
I know. I can tell. I'm sure some people can't stand it when others praise their coworkers right to their face, but...
Fair enough. I still feel kinda bad.
But you know what I really can't stand? People who only show up to the theater to pretend that they're cultured. Makes me...
Oh, yeah, 100%. There are too many of those people around. By the time they're walking out the door, they've forgotten all about the show.
I don't know if you've heard about the boss of the Iskra manufacturing plant. He isn't even a theater investor. Box tickets only, premium drinks, even the right to request specific songs.
Well played, Vodyanitsa. Seems like she's harnessing her rage to steer the conversation.
Now that you mention it, I've interacted with that guy before. I gotta say, everyone holds him up as an example of a benevolent businessman, but...
Yeah, he couldn't care less about what's happening on stage. He's just there to flaunt his... What's the big deal with that factory he runs anyway? I asked around a bit and heard some pretty shocking stories. Sounds like he's just another Greek...
Oh, really?
Yep, the things people are saying are pretty damning. Low wages, insanely long working hours, equipment running around the clock. And as if that's not bad enough, he also strictly forbids his employees from giving any kind of interview. Project Stuja has now been extended so many times, we're at the point where crystal rations for the common folk are barely enough to survive on. If the rumors are true, he's in serious violation.
Interesting.
What? So it's...
Who knows? I've only heard the same rumors you have. The Rooster's been coming down on us hard lately, demanding that we track and trace every single batch of Crystal. My coworkers in the Department of Energy have been tearing their hair out over it.
The Rooster? I didn't realize he cared that much.
Yeah.
Even though there are no restrictions on crystal trading, the poor will wind up freezing to death if we let the rich buy as much as they want. That looks like we'll need to arrange an investigation into the Iskra manufacturing plant as soon as possible. I never knew you kept up with current affairs beyond the theater, Miss Vodyanitsa. You really have a heart for the common person. Most Fae in your position have long been indifferent to the plight of humans.
Well, those of us who choose to live in human cities are naturally going to pay attention to any significant upheaval. Isn't the rooster a Fae himself? I'm just surprised to learn that even someone with as much experience as him is getting so stressed out over Project Stuzha.
This is it.
I'm sure Mitya can sense on some level that she's fishing for information. But since their conversation is so relaxed,
It's stressing me out too. If I'd only made better progress with my research, things wouldn't have dragged on.
Oh, so your work is...
That's right. The Armory Palace needs a brand new energy source. Not the power of the Light Realm, and not elemental energy. Right now, the only thing that meets the requirements is the power contained within Stellar Linchpin, but harnessing that power is costly. Each step of the process requires enormous amounts of Kresnik crystal. From extraction to quantification, progress has been painfully slow, and the team is getting burned out as time goes by. Sometimes, I see people staring into space as if in a...
Could it be that this new energy...
No, it doesn't affect us, because the energy is used for... Okay, I got it. Stop choking me. Sorry, I can't talk about that. I think we're all just exhausted. We've been working ourselves to the bone for so long with so little progress to show for it. It's no wonder people are struggling to...
Seems like I owe you an apology. I shouldn't have gotten so mad at you.
Don't worry about it. I count myself lucky, to be honest. I don't envy the people who work closely with the Tsaritsa herself. I'd much rather be in my current position. At least I don't have to shoulder any major responsibility.
So they're trying to develop a completely new kind of energy. Yeah, censored by a scarf. Who would have thought?
Oh, dear. It looks like my time is up. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. It was a pleasure chatting with you, really.
Let's make up for it next time. Yeah, hopefully once the work pressure eases up a little, I'll be able to focus more on the performance, and then we'll have more to discuss. We touched on some confidential issues today. I'd be grateful if you could keep it between us.
That could have gone worse.
Nice job. Why was Mitya in such a hurry to...
Sorry, routine inspection. Okay, let's go.
So he wasn't rushing to get back to work. He must have calculated that Valeri would find him here in exactly 25 minutes.
One of the main duties of the Special Assignments Battalion is to ensure that important figures stick to their schedules.
All right, time for us to get going too.
We'll settle our check too then.
Oh, hello there. Mr. Mitya paid the check before leaving. He also asked me to pass on a message. He said it was an honor to share his tea break with Miss Vodyanitsa and her two friends.
Wait.
So he knew we were here all along? This raises a lot of questions. Did he deliberately mention the new energy source so that we'd overhear it? Maybe his work isn't confidential after all. Maybe the key here is the purpose of this new energy. Vodyanitsa and Alyosha have...
You're back! You're pretty early. Paimon was just gonna mention that. After she woke up today, Paimon felt like her temperature was completely back to normal. But still, there's some good news. Paimon thinks it's like there's some kind of mysterious power. She only started feeling this way since we arrived in Snezhnaya.
That's right. The Armory Palace needs a brand new energy source.
Could that have something to do?
What is it? You're making that face again. So, they're trying to develop a new energy source here? Well, Mitya denied that the energy they're researching has any side effects. Although, he did say that people working on the project have been having issues with their concentration and short... And even so, those are completely different symptoms from Paimon's. It's pretty faint, so it's kind of hard to tell. But, if anything, it's... Sure, Paimon's with you there. But how, though? The robot only has a limited amount of intel. Oh, great point! They argue about Project Stuzha every day. If we could sit in on one of their sessions, we might pick up some new... Good idea! Oh yeah, while you were at this one seemed right up your alley. So...
Alyosha. Time to get ready. Then head to the Snezhnograd Vecha.
You're back! Paimon's been working on the crossword... Oh, shoot! Paimon forgot the next word!
Miss Vodyanitsa, prima donna of the chorus.
Sorry, I'm not taking interviews. Oh good, you're here. The session's about to begin. Let's get inside.
Please wait, Miss Vodyanitsa. Could you introduce me to your new friend?
In summary, the energy management commitments made for the outgoing period have been delivered upon. Furthermore, both the production and consumption of Kresnik Crystal show clear signs of stabilizing. The relevant agencies have assessed the present circumstances and determined that the status quo can be sustained until the next period. For detailed statistics, I would refer you to the industry reports that have been distributed to all persons present. It should also be noted that while the recent blizzards have led to a significant increase in people's energy expenses, this is strictly a short-term phenomenon associated with a remotely located... Her Majesty the Tsaritsa is giving her full attention to this matter. A financial report on disaster relief is also present in this report, courtesy of Pantalone.
They cover the same old ground every single time. The rooster never seems to mind. There's a general lack of trust. People aren't seeing any tangible benefits that affect them directly. Of course, none of that will be reflected in any...
Yeah, if it weren't for these hard copy documents, I could have at least made something up. Oh, don't mind me. I'm just out here trying to hit my interview quotas. Bring out the kvass. Ever read it? Best-selling newspaper in town.
If I remember correctly, you guys don't even have a sales permit.
You have to sell from stalls.
Okay then. Best-selling street stall newspaper in town. Still...
Order! We will now open the floor to the representatives. If there are no further substantive issues to discuss.
Snezhnaya has a long tradition of treating members of the Fatui armed forces and their dependents, but recent surveys shows that Fatui families in remote areas have access to 15% less crystal than the average civilian family in Snezhnograd. It's been said many times before, but it bears repeating now. There needs to be a clear and consistent rationale behind how crystal is allocated, or we will soon face immense public backlash.
Perhaps you wouldn't need to keep repeating yourself if you would hear me out for once. I say again, true consistency exists only in principle. You appear to treat resource allocation as a simple function of production and population. So what about when the equipment used in production breaks down? Have you factored that into your equipment? And do you even know how long it's been since Snezhnaya last conducted a census?
If I knew the answers to questions like that, I'm sure I'd be a very wealthy man. And I doubt I'd be going by child. I'd like to bring the focus back to the specific issue I raised. Or do you wish to deny that favorable treatment for Fatui dependents is our long-standing policy?
It's easy to be a critic when there's no accountability. That seems to be a running theme in the anti-Project Stuzha cult. Defeat the ringleader and all other problems will magically resolve themselves. That's what they seemed. But in case you aren't aware, not one jot in my report would change whether Project Stuzha continues or not.
So you have no intention whatsoever of finding a solution to this problem?
On the contrary, I'm the only one here who ever brings solutions.
Child opened by speaking up for the armed forces. Regrader struck back with style and a war of words ensued. Our reporter was live on the scene to get the audience's reaction as it all unfolded. Who do you support? The people have spoken! Child received raucous applause from the crowd as he pushed Regrader onto his back foot with a relentless...
Now you see why they don't have a sales permit.
However this reporter wants to spin things, I haven't forgotten that Tartaglia was representing the Northland Bank when we first met in Liyue. So surely, their relationship can't always have been this strained.
You two are getting off topic.
Mr. Pantalone, may I...
Oh, please do. I'm more than...
Crystal distribution policy undergoes modifications with each new period. The ultimate goal being to find the most reasonable method of allocation, which I believe is what Mr. Tartaglia also seeks. But I fear many may have been misled on this topic by extremist activists. To clarify, Project Stuzha is not the root cause of the problem. It is merely the most recent reports all point to Snezhnaya's resilience and adaptability during this period of fine-tuning, and give clear indications that a distribution framework is improving with each iteration. To make drastic adjustments without first considering the risks would likely do more harm than good. It would be a waste of the hard-won experience we've gained to date.
Renowned scholar of finance, Arapov spoke up to clarify the fiscal logic, clearly alluding to social organizations like the Rokot in his words. With the notorious Lelex still active to this day, should the Rokot be held responsible? No, there is someone else to blame.
She's just rephrasing what Mr. Pantalone said. The Rokot are the critics he accuses of taking no responsibility for their... As for Lilac, you won't have heard of him yet. He's currently the most famous member of the Rokot. Well, more like infamous. Ending Project Stuja has become an obsession for him. Unlike the more decent ones among us, he believes that votes in the Vetcha are all that matter. So whether it's threats, coercion, or bribery, he'll use whatever means necessary to get people to change their vote.
And since we're already on the subject, what do you think of Lelec's methods? Are you for or against? Well, whatever the story is, his actions benefit...
At least someone here wants to take this discussion seriously. I've been considering that issue myself. What you really need is more precise regional data, right? I think it would be easiest to let the Fatui handle it, since they're already in charge of Crystal shipments anyway. We may as well get them to collect some data while they're at it. Whatever you need, you can ask the Fatui to look into it for you. In terms of supervision, I think the Druzhna would be a good fit. I had hoped to discuss this with Miss Vesna, but sadly, she's not present.
I will be happy to take a note of your suggestions and present them to Commander Vesna for a decision upon her return. The Commander has always taken a keen interest in Project Stuja. However, given the Druzhna's demanding workload, I'm afraid it may prove difficult for them to provide any practical support.
Let us refrain from jumping to conclusions until a concrete and action...
My apologies, Lord Rooster.
There are numerous issues to address here, including manpower, time sensitivity, and reporting lines. Nevertheless, I support drafting a proposal. Follow the usual procedure, and it can be raised as a new motion for all parties to evaluate at the appropriate time.
In that case, I'd like to share one thought before the proposal is drafted. The issue of time sensitivity was raised just now, which I presume relates to the official... In fact, the Energy Commission already collects regular statistics on each urban center and its surrounding area. Would these be of any use?
That's a good idea. I read every issue of Svietlolaidovka's report, and although my focus is mostly on the section about equipment operation, the energy consumption statistics also yield...
Be that as it may, does no one see an issue with using local data to determine Crystal quotas? In the long term...
Not if they are used purely for reference. So long as we have the report from the Northland Bank's headquarters to corroborate it, no one will be...
Very well, then. It appears that...
Yeah, sounds good to me.
The members reached a provisional consensus on the issue of improving treatment for Fatui soldiers. Today, the prima donna of the Korailievsky troupe attended a session of the Snezhnograd Vetcha in the company of a dashing young man. The question on all our minds is, what is the true nature of their relationship?
Write anything like that again, and I'm revoking your permission to interview the troupe. Got it?
Now then, if there are no further contributions...
Hey, check it out! What made him vote again?
The votes have been tallied. Those in favor of continuing Project Stuja total 61%.
That was too close. The margin has shrunk yet again. Chuganov was a huge loss.
I'll bet Lelek is behind this. I wonder how Pulcinella will respond to...
Chuganov. I see. Lelek strikes again.
Yes. Go, Lelik. Once Project Stuzha is defeated, our unwavering support at Bring Out the Kvass will finally pay off when we make our—
In accordance with the result of this vote, Project Stuzha will remain in effect until the next— We debate only for the greater glory and solidarity of our nation. May the aurora shine ever on, and the tundra always stand firm. The session...
I have to say, I really wasn't expecting Chulkunov to vote against Project Stuzha. Well, in principle, Snezhnaya's business and political elites ought to be the ones least likely to oppose it. As we heard, Project Stuzha is basically just a resource distribution framework that requires everyone to cut back during the winter. But even if the policy got cancelled, the Tsaritsa's energy needs wouldn't suddenly go down. The extra demand from the public would have to be filled from somewhere. So I got a letter from Mr. Mitya just before today's session. He said he's confirmed that there are issues around overtime and excessive energy consumption at the Iskra manufacturer. In a situation like this, once the Rooster receives the report, he'll order the factory to halt production and submit to an investigation before— But that's a week-long process, and thus didn't make it onto the Vetcha agenda this time. I don't think he suspects anything so far. Exactly. And as you know, I was originally gonna try and flip him after he received notice of the official sanctions. My plan was to convince him that the whole thing was completely unfair. Rather than just sit back and take the hit while his factory stopped production, he'd be better off voting to end Project Stuzha. At least that way, no one else would be able to make any money either, because all the factories would suddenly have more limited energy to work with. But now, he's already voted against it, which means someone must have used more forceful means to change his vote. Just like with everyone else, yeah. No one knows why Lelik is so obsessed with ending Project Stuzha, but by the looks of it, he's in—
Lelik must have strong motivations, given how he'll stop at nothing to achieve his goal. Maybe he knows the full Maybe my next step should be to focus on him.
Oh, right. What are your plans for the rest of the day?
Hey, comrade. I noticed you were here during the debate.
I didn't take you for a political—
Greetings, Harbingers. I just happened to have some free time today, and my new—
Ah, Odette must have introduced you.
I'll leave you to catch up. I should—
Sure. Break a leg and— Thought it might be fun to check out the Vetcha, did you? Things are never that simple with you, Traveler. There's no way you're here for kicks and giggles. Tell me I'm wrong.
Oh, yeah. To some, he's a captivating enigma. To others, he's the bane of their No one ever thought that some anonymous nobody from the Rokot could cause such a stir. Huh? You want to look into Lelik? Then I'm sure his days of anonymity—
Fine by me, I guess. If the Traveler actually manages to expose Lelik, it'll be doing Pulcinella a favor. In return, it seems fair to let him in on what we've learned so far.
My thoughts exactly. Sharing, head back to Glupov and grab the files on Lelik. It's easier to just pull the records than go through the rigmarole of getting the Traveler a visitor's permit.
As you command.
In that case, since we're going to be waiting anyway, I'll have—
One common thread among the many incidents Lelik has been involved in is that the victims are all too scared to share any real information about him. His modus operandi is to silently infiltrate the scene and leave a threatening letter behind. But neither the letters nor the crime scenes ever yield any— So all these files have to offer are short statements by the people affected.
If nothing else, it shows we're dealing with a trained professional who's versed in counter surveillance.
Yes, and to that point, he often strikes in highly secure locations. The victims are high-ranking and influential people who take their personal security very seriously. Somehow, Lelik slips right into their rooms without making a sound. There's never any eyewitness. If he can get in and out undetected, it means he can strike without warning. Not that that's ever happened so far, but it's hard to believe that a human being could pull this off flawlessly every time. So they switched the focus of the investigation to Faye. Unfortunately, no one's found anything yet. Careful, don't underestimate me. Although truth be told, I'd probably find it hard not to blow my cover. Direct confrontation is more—
We haven't ruled out the possibility of Lelik being here.
No, not as strong as me. You'll never find the culprit with criteria like that. Let's go with— Oh, you hit me right where it hurts. I'll admit, he's strong and meticulous. But can we at least limit this to candidates who have something to do with
He's just trying to find a reference point. Stop getting fixated on who's stronger than who.
But that's the most important thing. In my opinion, anyway.
Odette. Yeah, that—
Except she's Fatui, so the likelihood of her working against us is pretty low. But yeah.
No, wait a moment.
What do you mean?
Her Fatui identity doesn't necessarily exonerate her. And when you think about it, the Rokot would be precisely what she needs to conceal her—
Plus, she wouldn't need to be such a pro at covering her tracks. She'd already know where the Fatui will be and when. So she could— Oh, yikes. I was just thinking out loud. Why is this starting to sound like such a Still, what reason could Odette possibly have for—
Arlecchino would be the best person to ask. She knows Odette best. Rosaline used to open up to her in private about her struggle. As I'm sure you can imagine, Arlecchino is quite a lot. She gave her some tips on how to handle the situation, and Rosaline managed to reach a settlement with Odette before leaving. So I suppose there were at least no lifelong regrets left. Beyond that, I don't know the details about that side of things. But I do know that Odette definitely has a motive to hold— the reason being, her father passed away during the early stages of the project. That was back before it had been named Project Stuzha, when things were still being worked out. But in essence, it's remained the same ever since.
Huh. The more you know. Rosaline was always so self-centered. I never understood why she started paying so much attention to Odette. Is that such a surprise? If you cast your mind back, you may remember that Rosaline and I weren't exactly close. We had tea together a few times.
Odette's past is no secret. Her father was a Fatus and her mother was a very famous ballerina. On the surface, it looks like she followed right in her parents' footsteps. After her father passed away on a mission, her mother was overcome with grief. She broke her leg. Odette was only interested in ballet at the time, but this tragedy left the family with— per Capitano's policy, family members of Fatui who died in the line of duty had to be appropriately accommodated and provided with— So, regardless of how Rosaline may have felt about it, it fell to her to resolve the issue of Odette's family's livelihood. In the end—
Right, because the alternative would have been a one-off compensation payment, I guess? And that's— Still, she must have had mixed feelings about it, right? If she doesn't even like—
It's just a theory. A possibility. But as a motive for Odette— That said, I have no idea where Odette's head is at right now, or what her— Plenty of people were on bad terms with Rosaline. I have no intention of trying to figure it all out. Yes, but there's not—
Yeah, back to Lelik. Since our investigations so far have turned up next to nothing, funnily enough, Tonya and I had actually made plans to go to the theater tomorrow to watch Odette's rehearsal. Unfortunately, thanks to this Lelik situation, which means you can go in my place. No point wasting the ticket.
Spirit Seeker. Quite the classic ballet. It was passed down through Odette's mother's family for generations, but Odette's been practicing it diligently, and it's finally ready for a return to the stage. Excitement is through.
Tonya's excited for it too. She's desperate to see it no matter what. Personally, It's not really my cut.
I've actually seen it several times before. The story's pretty straightforward. The lead character follows a trail of clues left behind by a spirit, gradually recovering her memories along the... It's a tale of love and regret. So not exactly reinventing the wheel, at least by today's standards. But when that classic melody kicks in and the lead character begins to dance. Not an easy dance to do justice to, though. I know it's always been Odette's dream to perform this piece, but I'm not sure she's really ready.
In that case, I think that even if she is Lelik, we should wait until her performance is over before... I'll let you take it from here, comrade.
Today. Next step is to head back to the theater and get a clear answer from Odette. Either way, Paimon doesn't get the sense that she's a bad person. Sure, she might have done some pretty extreme. Maybe this is going too far, but like, why leave a letter when she could, well, we know there are plenty of other ways to keep people in line, so if it is her, she's got some principles at least. Yeah! Well, no change, really. But that thing Paimon told you about yesterday? Oh. Hearing you talk about your day makes Paimon itch for an adventure. If only she could be there with you so we could
Yeah, I wish you could be there too. I'm not used to adventuring alone. But...
Guess it's just one of those things. Never mind. Paimon?
If Odette is Lelik, she may well have inside information on her father was involved with the project's early implementation and tragically died. It's hard to imagine she could have gotten this far without knowing anything at all about when she spoke to us as a member of the Fatui. How much did she let on? Only time will tell.
Hey look! It's snowing! Could be a tough day ahead.
Ooh, it sure is cold today. Here to see Odette? I just need to see your tickets. Perfect. Thank you.
I think I'll leave the Lelik question in. Child said he was originally going to come with Tonya. Is there anyone here who looks like a Tonya? Let's see. It's a small audience. Makes sense for a preview. But wait, I do see some familiar face. Mr. Chuganov's back again by the looks of it. Oh, and is that Mitya? And that Fatui officer, Valeri. Guess he must be playing cat and mouse with Mitya again. Oh no. It looks like the show's starting and I still...
Members of the audience, today's performance was a very special one for us, as it marks the first attempt in a long time to revive the classic Snezhnaya. To commemorate this occasion, we would love to take a group photo of the cast, crew, and audience members present today.
All right, everyone, huddle in a little more. Now, look at the camera.
Are you quite satisfied, Mr. Energy Scientist? I rather hope you don't have any other escape plans to add to my workload today.
What are you talking about, Sarge? This was simply my way of inviting you to watch Miss Odette's new show with me. And wasn't the performance spectacular? In the future, I heartily encourage you to take a leaf out of my book.
It was indeed a fine performance, but I must correct you on one point. This is not time outside of work.
Working hours and non-working hours are just a social construct. Human technology can never advance if we're too rigid in our thinking, Sarge. Already? I mean, I was kinda hoping to soak up the atmosphere for a little longer, but... No? Okay, off we go then, Sarge. Back...
That has to be her. She's the only person... Excuse me. Are you Tonya?
Huh?
Your brother's busy today, so I took his ticket. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay.
What's wrong? Maybe she caught a cold on the way here because...
I haven't seen snow like this in a long, long time.
I know. It's completely white out there.
Let's wait it out for now. You'd be lucky not to freeze to death in this weather.
Well, look at that.
Let's wait and see.
Why do you need to take it so seriously? Fate has given us the...
Come to think of it, there's a small inn not far from here that always keeps plenty of it. I know the route well. Shall I head over and borrow a few blankets? That way, anyone in a hurry can...
Sir, there's really no need to go to...
Hey, it's no trouble at all.
What a kind gentleman. Very good. My wife and daughter are waiting for me at home, so I shall be heading back as soon as I get my blanket.
So are you expecting us to go back to the Armory Palace wrapped in blanket?
Don't worry about that. I made arrangements in advance. Should I not return to the Armory Palace within 3.5 hours after Operation Showtime begins, they will escort us back. You are one of our key military personnel, so any weather-related risks must be eliminated.
Operation Showtime? So, wait. Every single time you drag... I gotta say, you've really turned this into quite a moral dilemma for me.
It's snowing pretty hard out there.
Sure. My brother might come pick me up in a bit anyway.
Time to get to work. I should head backstage and find Odette.
Excuse me, are you looking for someone? Ah, a fan, I'm guessing? Today is just a dress rehearsal, so Miss Odette won't be meeting with fans. Sorry, but that area is currently off.
Bad timing, I guess. Well, I might as well stick around.
What happened to the gentleman who went to fetch the blankets?
I was thinking the same thing. It's still snowing very hard.
Whatever the reason for his delay, I must say I hate nothing more than people who make empty promises and... well, I have to treat my employees like that on occasion, but that's...
You seem anxious, Mr.
It's been nearly 4 hours since I left the Armory. They know how much I despise tardiness and disrupted plans. There's simply no
Surely a snowstorm like this...
Few things in this world can stop the Snezhnayan army, Mr. Mitya. And a snowstorm is certainly not one...
Why don't you go out and take a look? They might be right...
An absurd hypothesis. I have no intention of leaving your side for even a moment until I have escorted you back to the Armory Palace.
This doesn't look like an ordinary that guy who left earlier. It looked like he just vanished into thin air. Either that, or my eye...
A man-eating snowstorm? Come on. Traveler, didn't know you were coming today. How come you didn't say anything? Oh, right. I assumed you were looking for me and Vodenitsa. Whoa, that's quite a snowstorm out there. I've been working backstage.
Is weather like this rare?
Yeah, snow like this. I'm sure I've seen it out in the... Actually, I take that back. I don't think I've seen snow this bad even in the wild. This is...
If even Alyosha thinks snow like this isn't normal.
We can't stay cooped up here forever. Someone needs to go out and... No need. I have plenty of experience with snow... Everyone by the door. Careful not to let the snow soak into your shoes. In a snowstorm, you gotta look after your toe.
Heading out, my man? Be careful.
Thanks for the advice. I am planning to be careful.
He's back! He's back!
Did you see any soldiers?
Something about this storm is there's no one out there. I didn't see a single soul. This isn't your average snowstorm. I suspect it might be related to recent events in our nation.
Are you serious? So all of...
You want to go outside and see?
This just turned from a minor
We can only hope that our friend who went to fetch the blankets just...
Is it really that bad? But my daughter...
Huh? What are you... Whoa! So now we're stuck here? Oh, this is on the bright side. The theater's always well stocked with supplies. If the snow still doesn't let up as we get into the evening, at least, I assume that's all right.
Fine by me.
This seems like a sensible backup plan under the circumstances.
What are you staring outside and praying for, my man?
Oh, your majesty the Tsaritsa, I beg you, please do not let tonight's snowstorms... This is a golden opportunity to spend the night under the same roof as the 2 top stars in all of Snezhnaya. It's a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
I think I've changed my mind.
Sir, if you so much as look at us funny, you'll be seeing stars in a whole other way. Behave yourself, or you'll be begging for that blizzard.
It's getting colder. We need to keep the indoor temperature up. Close the door and lock it tight.
I don't think it's ever been this lively backstage. Hey, have you seen Chuganov? I heard he was coming today.
I'm with you. This could be just the...
Yeah, I gotta figure out a way to coax some more intel out of him. I want to know why he suddenly changed it.
For the Rokad, or just...
There are other people around.
This is highly irregular. A delay of over an hour during an operation like this.
Sarge, the day you learn to let go and just enjoy moment. Why, hello, sir. I believe you were the one sitting. Any friend of the theater's star performers is a friend of mine. It's a.
Greetings. Major Valeri, head of the I am here to ensure Mr. Mitya's personal safety.
Mr. Traveler, I cannot help but notice that Miss Odette is stealing glances at me. Any idea what that could be about? I've racked my brains, but I can't think of anything I might have done to offend her. Perhaps she noticed me spacing out during her performance?
So, Mr. Mitya, is...
Yes, that's right. The higher-ups in the Fatui transferred me from the Energy Commission to the... Really? I can't even talk about that? Pretty sure... All right, I won't say anything.
I have to say, even though today was a...
Oh, I couldn't agree more. Especially... Do you think we were coming on too strong?
What about you? What did you think of today's performance? Oh my, that's very flattering of you. I'll make sure to save a ticket for you when the show's performance ready.
This doesn't seem like the time or place to bring up the subject of Lelik.
So unfair. Talk about double standard.
And now it looks like I've been spotted. You know Mitya too?
No, I don't. I just have a feeling that he might...
And then there's the aristocrats. Easiest of all to deal with. You don't need to use any force whatsoever.
I don't?
Because nothing horrifies them more than the thought of a cheap, coarse rope leaving creases on their precious million more coat. They'll do whatever you ask to avoid that fate.
Unexpected, but funny nonetheless.
Well, look at that. I got myself a new listener. Hey there. Let me introduce myself. The name's Shran.
And I am Chuganov, an entrepreneur. If my name is unfamiliar to you, You will no doubt have heard of my factory, the renowned Iskra manufacturing plant.
Are you really that famous, Mr. Chuganov?
Excuse me?
Oh, I'll have to ask my rope later. He's probably tied up more entrepreneurs than I've ever heard.
How are you feeling, Tony?
I'm fine. Sorry to worry you. I'm used to it by this.
Child must take great care of his sister. He's never.
You know, I actually find this whole thing got stuck in a strange place thanks to a snowstorm. Having to spend the night with a bunch of interesting characters. It's pretty cool, don't you think? Exactly. It's like one of those stories where an ordinary...
Look after yourself. Other...
My husband has major trust issues. To him, I doubt even this snowstorm is a good enough excuse for me to stay out all night.
That's the price of marrying into wealth. You'll get used to it. I'm not about to stop you if you want to leave. Hello?
How's it look?
No change from this afternoon.
May I have your attention, please? We at the theater owe everyone here a duty of... In a few short moments, we'll give you a tour of the theater's various quarters. You can choose to sleep in the VIP room, the office...
I'll pass on sleeping on the stage. What if the snow is stopped by tomorrow morning? The early birds in the audience might think we're part of some...
A drama about sleeping? That could be fun. Maybe we could come up with a title for the production.
What? Gotta admit, I didn't get that one.
Anyone who doesn't wish to sleep on the stage, please follow me. I'll show you to the rooms.
I guess I'll call it a night. Though I feel like I won't sleep very well without Paimon here. I'm sure she'll be worried that I haven't made it back yet. But as long as she looks out the window, I wonder if she's feeling any better yet.
Ah, finally! Welcome back to the world of the living, lazy bones. I was about to wake you. The black mist is almost on us. Still waking up, huh? You know, the black mist. It's been chasing us from below ever since we were born. You're just dozy. There's no way you've forgotten. Come on, let's keep heading up. Onwards and upwards is the only way to survive.
Here we go again. That endless...
What's going on? That black mist down there is creeping me out. And it's rising. Guess I should head upwards and get away from it.
The Black Mist cultists believe that being swallowed by the Black Mist leads to everlasting peace. But if you ask me, they're just lying to themselves. We're the only heretics left, the only ones who refuse to give in. We have to keep going.
But how do you actually know that they're wrong?
Dangerous question there, Torgov. The moment your faith wavers, you start a chain reaction that ends in the collapse of your will. Put the question out of your mind. Stay strong and believe that the black mist means certain death.
Okay, but it's not my mind that's the problem. My body's about to give up on me. It's already starting to falter.
I can't do this anymore.
All this will pass eventually, I promise.
You accuse the Black Mist cultists of being liars. But you're lying too.
The cult of the Black Mist has poisoned your mind, Sobolova.
I am. I think I'll take...
As much as I detest the Black Mist cultist...
Then I bid you both farewell. Let me put my personal opinions aside for a moment and say, I hope that you both find peace within the Black Mist. Fate always appears so impossibly complicated. But their fate was sealed from the instant they entertained doubt. From then on, the outcome was both inevitable and irreversible. Torgov and Sobolova are gone. I never thought the day would come when even they would be swallowed by the Black Mist. It's just you and me now. Yes, it looks like it's satisfied. This happens from time to time. But it won't be long before the Black Mist starts chasing survivors once again. No one knows how to stop its advance for good. Well, we should make the most of the precious moments of rest, huh?
What is it, Chuganov?
Is it morning already? Sounds like it's coming from next door.
Don't look, Miss Tonya. Okay.
What happened to them?
These two people have passed away. And the strange thing is that somehow... Have I seen this moment before? Or did I have some kind...
Let me take a look. No vital signs in either of them. The cause of death, however, remains unclear. No wounds...
But just last night, they were...
Could they have had pre-existing medical conditions?
It's hard to believe that they died of natural causes. Nor does this appear to be a suicide. Who was the first to discover the bodies?
It was me. But these deaths have nothing to do with me, officer. I got up, then I noticed that the door to this room was open, and it looked like there was a man and woman inside. I just went over to see what was going on.
I can corroborate this. I was doing my morning exercises near the stage. When I saw Mr. I can also confirm that I didn't see a single person approach that room before him. The snowstorm was raging all night, and it's still going now.
You mean an intruder? No, not possible. I slept by the door last night as a precaution. There's no way I wouldn't have noticed if...
Everyone, split into pairs and search the theater for anyone in hiding, or any signs of suspicious activity.
The backstage is clear.
We checked the basement. Also clear.
Are we certain that the theater doesn't have a back door? Or...
No, there's nothing like that. If people were sneaking in through some secret tunnel to avoid buying a ticket, I also checked the windows. All of them are locked from the inside, and...
It sounds like we can safely rule out the intruder theory. If anyone came in during the night in this weather, there'd be...
This can only mean one thing. It's like one of those murder mysteries you see in novels and plays, isn't it? The ones where the killer is...
We can't quite jump to that conclusion.
Could he be right? It's hard to imagine set in a theater during a snowstorm. A murder takes place, and the killer...
Looking at who the killer targeted, and the it all adds up. I know it.
What is? What have you...
Both victims were wealthy, well-known local merchants. And the door was such ruthless methods.
Lelik?
You mean Lelik is among us?
Lelik? I know this code name. Member of the Rokot, anti-Project Stuzha. Always work. Walk me through your reasoning, Mr. Chuganov.
What now, huh? What now, Lelik? What more do you want from me? I already voted against Project Stuzha at the Snezhnograd Vecha. You snuck into my house the other day while I was asleep. Left a threatening letter. And I did all that you asked. But Project Stuzha cannot be so easily shaken. Not with the rooster in charge.
So he really was threatened by Lelik. That makes sense.
And now you're resorting to murder to threaten me. Isn't that right? I knew it. The Rokot despises the rich. The lives of the wealthy are but refuse in your eyes. Show yourself! Which one of you is Lelik, Tell me! I'll do whatever you want! Just stop playing these mind...
Was this really Lelik's doing? Would Odette really do... If Odette really is Lelik, this seems out of character. But then again, I'm probably the only one here with a compelling theory about Lelik's true identity. But if I reveal it now, what should I do?
I don't think it's likely that Lelik killed anyone. At least from the stories I've heard. He's never killed anyone before. And his name has never come up in connection with any murder case. Besides, even if Lelik did want to threaten you, why resort to such an extreme and round...
Vodyanitsa doesn't know that Lelik might be Odette. But her assessment is pretty much identical to mine.
Miss Vodyanitsa, why do you suddenly...
Defense? Oh, no, it's just... I'm worried that we're jumping to conclusions here, so I wanted to share...
Well, if you think I'm so wrong, what's your theory then?
The case is still evolving, Mr. Chuganov. Please do not prevent others from expressing their opinions so early on in the
Even so, there's no denying that the recent threat received by Mr. Chuganov may well be an important...
So there's still a good chance that Lelik is... I can't do this anymore. I don't care if it's still snowing.
Whoa, take a beat. We all know it's far too dangerous out there. Even the soldiers can get to us. Go out that door, and you might not... And whoever this Lelik is, they're surely not going to murder anyone in broad daylight. Be sensible, my man.
As much as I regret having to say this, I'd like everyone to cooperate and refrain from exiting because as things stand, every one of us is now a suspect. Unless anyone has further information to share, let's adjourn for now. Feel free to keep searching for clues, but make...
You're right, that was my bad. It was a knee-jerk reaction. I didn't think it through. Luckily, no...
Since Vodyanitsa and I were on the same page earlier.
Whoa. Are you serious? I don't know if this... Odette? Really? Odette? Oh god, how dumb...
Actually, it's exactly what you'd expect.
And now that you mention it, what are we up to now? Odette's identities. She's my coworker, specifically a ballerina. It must be so... I guess since I've always known her as a member... crossed my mind that she could be involved with the Rokot. Let alone... I don't understand. If she's with the Fatui, what reason could she have for being so opposed to Project Stuzha?
Probably best if you ask her that in person.
Well, since you waited until now to bring this up instead of announcing it to everyone earlier, does that mean we're all on the same page here? Yeah. Lelik may not follow orders from the Rokot. We need to confront her.
Do you think she'd really admit to being...
I don't know. We'll have to see how it goes. Now's her chance. Odette's alone. Hey, Odette!
What is it, you guys?
Shh! Keep your voice down. So, you... Alright, fine. You don't have to say anything or explain yourself. Just, none of us believes you kill innocent people. Whoever murdered those 2 people last night, the Traveler was the first to figure out your identity, but he kept quiet during the discussion just now. Still, it's clear where the group consensus is heading. Everyone believes Lelik is the culprit. If your identity is exposed, we're your colleagues, and we know what kind of person you are. So, can you clue us in? Tell us everything.
All right. Yes, I'm Lelik. And no, I'm not the murderer. And thanks, but I don't need you to cover for me. Actually, I'm planning to...
Huh? You're gonna
That's right. I'll admit I was surprised at first when Shuganov guessed that I was here. It was just a lucky guess, but it caught me off guard. But after taking some time to assess the situation and confirm where everyone stands, I don't believe I have anything to worry about.
Are you sure you do... Mr. Valeri! What?!
So...
I don't know what game you're playing, but you...
It's just one identity. So what if it's exposed? I can disappear. I made my peace with this when I chose to become Lelik, but more importantly, I promise I am not the murderer. So, if anyone still insists that I did this, otherwise, I suggest that you bite your tongue. Because if you really believe I killed 2 people without making a sound or leaving a trace, pointing fingers at me would surely only make you my next target.
Is this really the truth, Miss Odette?
That's confidence.
A real no-nonsense attitude. I can see why Marionette said that she's on track to inherit the title.
Are you seriously buying this? Hey, up!
I do have one question, Miss Odette.
If I didn't say anything, everyone would be focusing, and that is exactly what the real culprit wants. I don't want to be the scapegoat who lets the murderer get away with this crime.
Despite all the accusations, she made the smart choice. A remarkable display of rational thinking under pressure. Clearly, Odette's talent extends...
She thought so far ahead.
You've convinced me. Dealing with the murder case remains the top priority right now. Let's put the name Lelik, and nevertheless, the group still considers you the prime suspect. I assume you have no quarrel with...
I understand. You're welcome to keep an eye...
Mr. Chu...
For my wife and daughter's sake, I'll let you off the hook for now. But don't think you're forgiven for breaking...
Good work, Lelik Guard Team.
Turns out Valeri knew about my exploits. So now I've been told I have to guard Lelik with him.
Shouldn't you be facing my way if you're guarding me? At the moment, it looks more like you're my bodyguards.
If the true culprit is indeed still at large, as you have claimed, we must keep our guard up against them also.
Don't worry, Tonya. We'll get through this. Once the snow stops, the officials will step in. The But... You're gonna miss us, huh? Well, some of us work at the theaters, so we'll
Really, Miss Vodyanitsa? That's awesome! You've made a fan for life.
Aw, you're so cute, Tonya. All right, let's swear to it. I promise to give you the pass, and you
promise.
Don't indulge her, Tonya. You don't have to swear an oath over things like...
You really do get carried away sometimes, don't you, Miss Vody?
Hey! Mind...
Don't be nervous, Miss Water Imp. Everyone's...
Excuse me? Do I...
No.
Oh. Wait, but how... Okay, plenty of people know that I'm a water imp, but still... How come you understand our
primary mode of expression? I've not come across that concept before.
Well, it's just... We water imps tend to communicate our emotions. The emotions we convey through song take precedence over our facial expressions. So...
I'm impressed, Shram. I didn't take you for a man of culture.
It's not about being cultured or not. The thing is, This mode of expression can usually only be understood by and yet, you're
It's really not the big deal you're making it out to be. I think I just have a knack for it. Plus, I have a... very close... Anyway, we spent so much time together that...
Oh, I guess that makes sense. Still, the fact that you
Hey, what are you implying? You're not secretly insulting the audience in your songs, are you?
Heavens! Why would I do a thing?
It's getting late. We should discuss our sleeping arrangements for tonight.
I suggest that we don't sleep in separate quarters tonight.
As long as someone keeps an eye on Lelik, I'm...
Are you saying that you wish to bet your life on Miss Odette being the...
nonsense!
Then I propose the following arrangement for tonight. The Traveler, Odette, and I will form the Night Watch. We'll sleep in shifts, but 2 of us must be awake at any given time.
An excellent idea. This allows us to handle the Night Watch while also keeping an eye on Lelik. I expect that plan took you quite some...
Actually, our field combat manual outlines a similar approach. Although, that being said, I must clarify that I harbor no disrespect towards you personally. In fact, Lelik's numerous covert operations make fine textbook examples for military agents.
I care less about respect and more about the fact that you just robbed me of 2/3 of my sleep tonight. I'm calling dibs on being the first to rest. Good.
It's almost time. We should wake Odette. How are you faring? Oh, not going to argue with that. I'll take a quick nap. If you start...
It's finally time for Odette and I to share... I came here to get information from her in the first place.
How long are you gonna keep staring at me? Couldn't sleep. Plus, there's something I've been meaning to talk to you about. I had a hunch that you wanted a conversation too. I just had a simple question for you, Rosaline. In her final moments, did she have any last words or anything? I see. Well, that was all. No, she was utterly ruthless in pursuing her goals. That kind of person should be hard to miss, and yet, even though I never approved of her methods, and she was an abrasive person, the fact remains that I am indebted to her. Oh, she told you. I guess that makes sense. I think she and Rosaline were on pretty good... Yes. Rosaline wasn't the kind to gossip about this sort of thing. Not that it's any huge secret. When I was a child, I had to join the Fatui for the sake of my mother and me. It was extremely grueling, and it didn't exactly come naturally to me. All I could do was try to ignore the biting... I was a newcomer who'd managed to make a good first impression on a harbinger. There was pressure to live up to her Every day was a struggle against the cold, pain, and fatigue. After enduring all that, I've become almost immune to the sensation of pain. I suppose that was the cost of survival. Surely, any child who had to experience that would grow to hate her lot in life, don't you think? So, I put an equal amount of effort into my ballet. Because in my young mind, that was the only way to defy my fate. It was my way of telling her, the Fatui's demands and your expectations of me are not what I wish for. One day, I will leave. I think she probably blamed my poor performance and training on my passion for ballet. She knew my heart wasn't in it. One time, when I was secretly practicing a dance at night, She suddenly I told her, "You don't deserve to watch the dance I learned from my mother." She looked stunned. I guess she was surprised that I lashed out first, before she... But strangely enough, on that occasion, she wasn't fierce with me like she was during training. Instead, after that, she never interfered with my dancing or asked me how it was going. She never came to watch me dance again either. Not even once. She was. But even now, whenever I take out this core Ignis, I can't help but think of that night. Of the look on her face. Sort of. Although gift might be too kind a term. This is her flame sealed within ice. A symbol of her favor, yes, but also her way of keeping an eye on people. She knew the location of every piece of core Ignis. If any recipient started acting suspiciously, she'd be on to them immediately. Trust her to make even a mark of approval feel suffocating. So, when news of Rosaline's death reached Snezhnaya, many people immediately crushed their core Ignis. It gave them a profound sense of relief. But I kept mine. With my sensitivity to pain being as dull as it is, the warmth from this core Ignis is one of the... I still wonder, did she really come to stop me that night? I wasn't sure, but I was scared. I guess she didn't leave anything behind. Not that I expected her to. It's fine. It's just a bit of a shame that we couldn't settle our differences before the end. She did. Are you sure she was talking about this event? Huh. No, she didn't. I didn't even find... Wait. In that case... Okay. I would...
There's something I'm trying to figure out. I'm beginning to suspect that Paimon's very important to me. So I have to get to the bottom of this.
The ultimate goal of this energy experiment is to create a weapon for the weapon's construction was completed in Nodcry. Now, all that remains is to arm it with a sufficiently powerful energy. Yes, the weapon's development and all the related experiments are overseen by Lord Piero, the Jester, and the lab is located deep within the Armory Palace. I'm not sure why this experiment would be making Paimon feel unwell, though. Once we get out of here, I'll help you apply for an entry permit. And I'm hardly the organization's proudest member, as you know. You answered my question about Rosaline. I want to do you a favor in return.
You two seem to be hitting it off.
I thought you were sleeping.
Of course I was. In the military, one learns to fall asleep quickly, even in the most inhospitable environments. It's vital to staying alert and energized.
Even if he was awake, he can't have overheard us.
Well, thank you both for keeping watch. Traveler,
Sure. This is our second night here. I hope she's been sleeping. Seriously? Is this payback? Never mind.
Hey, what are you spacing out for? Are you reaching your limit too?
How long have we been walking for?
Time's lost all meaning. Ever since...
A star key? Or key star? Anyway, the person who named it was swallowed by the black mist.
Whatever it's called. Ever since we noticed it, we've been walking up and up, hoping that but it seems like no matter how far we...
Well, we've come this far.
many times we'll run into them. Careful.
What the heck is here?
Here they come again. Get ready.
What the? What the? Condense! What the? All right, here comes another.
Monsters ahead of us. The black mist behind us. Feels like there's no escape.
Shut up! Run faster.
Are you hurt, Coop?
No.
I get you. And
Yeah. The hope that the star gives us is the only thing keeping us going. Otherwise, why would it always be out of reach?
we know you mean well, but you're only saying that to try and encourage us to keep.
Thank you, friend. You're going to continue, aren't you? I admire that. I've given up, but I wish you the best. May there come a day that you catch up to the star.
It's not an illusion. We really are getting closer to the star.
Congratulations. You're the first person. The black mist has stopped rising. This is a good opportunity. I'll let you get some rest before we continue. What do you mean, leave? Congratulations on reaching the starting point. Once you are ready, we will head out and walk upwards. I will be right by your side the whole way. Huh? What's wrong?
Is that...
Coolish, wake up!
The situation is identical to that of the 2 casualties yesterday. We cannot...
At least there are some elements that we can rule out this time. They slept on the stage with everyone else. So I suppose the surrounding environment can't be a relevant variable.
Rampana.
Weren't some of us keeping watch last night? 3 of us, in fact.
I'm as confused as you are. Certainly nothing unusual happened on my watch.
Likewise, and from what I've observed so far, both Miss Odette and the Traveler can be trusted.
To be honest, I didn't get a wink of sleep last night. I couldn't help but think I was the target. So I just laid. I heard the Traveler and Lelek chatting, but otherwise...
Me too. I didn't want to wake everyone up, so I was concentrating hard. Then,
What could possibly be caused? I worked closely with Rampana and Coolish for so long.
4 victims in just 2 days. I need to get to the bottom of this as soon as possible. And above all, keep Tonya safe. I'd never be able to look Child in the eye again other...
Still snowing?
Yes, I just checked. Still no sign of anyone outside.
So we only have ourselves...
If you ask me, this killer can clearly strike whenever they please. The Night Watch was a useless endeavor from the Lelik must be an expert in poisoning. Clearly she used some poison that can't be detected on the corpse.
Here we go.
Listen, I was already thinking to myself last night, was Lelik's reason for revealing her identity the real story? Well, now I have my answer. It most certainly wasn't. She's been playing us for fools. You get off on the...
That's a hideous thought. One that only a hideous mind like yours could dream up.
How dare...
That's enough! Yesterday, you named Lelik as a suspect because the victims were... But today's victims were just ordinary people. Not to mention that they were colleagues of...
Who knows? Maybe you don't know her as well as you think. I implore you all to... Lelik is well known to be a ruthless operator.
Everything you've said so far is still just conjecture, which doesn't constitute a concrete lead.
How can you defend her, officer? What did she... Maybe I shouldn't be so surprised. You mill it all so you can get your grubby paws... Don't you...
Sir, but... You were the one who told us not to stop other people from expressing their opinions, yes. 4 people have already died. Only yesterday I was chatting with Mr. Coolish. Turning against one another is the last...
Little girl.
Even if Mr. Chuganov is a puffed-up, pig-headed windbag who doesn't have a clue what he's talking about, he's still one of the victims here, isn't...
I had no intention of resorting to violence. But you're right, Miss. In any case, I believe Mr. Chuganov has calmed down a little now.
I don't think there's any need for that. What is there to discuss?
Did you have an idea, Mitya? You're the brainiac here.
I've been mulling something over. All the leads we have so far concern things from outside the theater. Miss Odette's alter ego, the threats Mr. Chuganov received, but then there's the 2 double murder crime scenes themselves, which have given us absolutely nothing to go on whatsoever. That's highly unusual. Even with the most careful killers, there's always some evidence left behind.
So what are you suggesting?
I think this could be a supernatural event. It isn't characteristic of human-on-human homicide at all.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't you supposed to be a scientist?
I got into scientific research because of my insatiable curiosity. But if the present situation defies all known scientific explanations, I don't mind shifting my curiosity toward the paranormal instead.
Now that you mention it, I remember when I first...
Haunted? Yeah, I think I heard the same thing. But I mean, they're only rumors, right? We've worked here for...
Well, this has taken an unexpected turn. A haunted theater?
Why don't we take this opportunity to look for clues again with a more open mind? Maybe a different perspective will...
Very well. Whether it's criminals or ghosts we're looking for.
I need to think very hard about whether there's anything that...
Valeri, come take...
Some sort of notebook.
It's the on-duty logbook for the theater. He mostly used it to record any unusual incidents during a show, audience numbers, exit times, and so on. Yes, he'd always have this logbook with him when he checked...
This should confirm a lot of key details about the
Yes. The number of people. I've checked and double... Apparently, we have...
Are we certain that logbook is accurate? Could someone have sneaked in with...
Unlikely. Coolish took his duties not to mention that this was a dress rehearsal. meaning smaller audience numbers and tighter ticket restrictions than usual. Everything would have been well within his control.
We no longer have our tickets with us, do we? They got collected on entry. I assume...
Unfortunately not. The theater recycles tickets. Once people are in the door, they don't tend to leave until the show ends. So we collect the tickets at the point of entry. Still, I'm inclined to believe...
Did an extra person just materialize out of thin air?
Tonya.
Not yet. Still looking. So... are we...
This looks like... somebody...
well, alright.
Huh. This...
Maybe it's a little rude for us to peek at this. I feel like I just read someone's secret diary by accident. It sounds like she's writing this for her parents, right? I don't understand.
Because her water imp parents belong to the aristocracy, who were driven out of Snezhnaya by the Tsaritsa long ago. And now they live somewhere new, where the postman can't get to. It's fine. My fault for not storing it properly. I can't leave things lying around and expect them to get ignored when everyone's scouring the place for clues. All right, give me my notebook back.
Ah, Traveler.
Alyosha found it. We're both curious to hear your perspective. It appears to be an investigation report. And the focus of the investigation was the rumors of haunting we heard about her.
An investigation report, huh? Looks quite old. This person's name looks to be of Sumeru origin to me.
The theater manager must have hired an investigator once specifically to look into this issue. But it doesn't look like anyone ever looked at the...
Presumably, the manager wanted to know if the supposed haunting was dangerous, while also being fearful of word getting out in case it affected... Anyway, the bottom line is, the haunting is actually real after all. It's caused by an obstruction in the ley lines. Is there any chance this is the key?
Ley line problems are pretty unexceptional to me by this point. It's hard to imagine what connection it could have to...
Some of the language that appears at the very end of the report caught my eye. Angel civilization? Ley line renovation? My area of research doesn't touch on any of that, so it's completely outside of my wheel... huh? A piece of paper just fell out from the report. It landed right by your feet. How unnerving. It was tucked inside the report, so it must be a note left by the author. Death is near. Is that supposed to be what's going on here? But if so, how did the author foresee it? Could he predict the future somehow?
Maybe things are more complicated than we thought.
No, wait a second. If we take the report and the note at face value, the report definitively concludes that the hauntings in the theater are harmless and cannot affect the real world. The question is, what exactly does the note mean by death? The various ways we could interpret this keyword lead in completely different directions. If we take all this together, it's not impossible, is it?
Oh, I beg to differ. This sounds to me like a product of a researcher's vivid imagination.
Does it really sound that far-fetched? All right, well, let's treat that...
Good. Okay, now that we finally have some meaningful... So, that's about... I'll share my theory first. Based on what we've learned from the log, if the killer had simply bought a ticket, it would have greatly... I expect he or she either hid in the theater ahead of time, or found a way to slip past the ticket inspection. They then blended in with the group and waited for an opportunity.
What about the note found in the investigation report? Any thoughts on how that fits in?
The killer may have simply planted it there as some sort of sick joke. I've seen my fair share of psychopathic...
So, it has nothing...
This theory makes sense to me. If we have an audience member unaccounted for, chances are they didn't come here...
Could it really be that simple?
So, in other words, all we have to do is find out who got in here without it? Then let me make one thing clear. All the theater staff should be well aware that I came here for the rehearsal legitimately, yes? There's no...
It's true. I hear you used every trick in the book to get a hold of that ticket, too. Everything short of throwing a temper tantrum and rolling around on the floor at the end.
I most certainly did not degrade myself in such...
Probably a stupid question, but I might as well ask. Did any... Guess it was naive of me to expect them to just...
Especially after the unprompted Lelik reveal. Once was already a mere... I don't believe any of us here knew Shram before all this. If no one can verify... Mr. Shram, did you really go through the ticket inspection?
Huh? Me? Well, it's not that you stand out as suspicious. More that everyone else has been ruled out as trust... Okay. Well, we spent the best part of 2 days together now. So I'm sure you can all tell what kind of person I am. I'm a true gentleman. I never dream of doing something like sneaking to the theater without a ticket.
no doubt that you're a good person. But the problem is, none of us here actually know you. Although, actually, what was it you said last night? Yeah, you're friends with that water imp. Which is why you understand our primary. Last time I checked, there were barely any of us remaining in Snezhnaya, since most of the water imps left. Could you tell me a little bit more about your friend? And I suppose it's also kind of a way for everyone else.
Good grief. Are you blushing? Pull yourself together, man. Stop giggling like a teenage boy.
Hey, revolting is a little strong. All right, fine. I'll admit it. I was just the bodyguard hired by our family. But the stars must have aligned, because sparks began to fly between me and their daughter.
We don't need details.
Okay. I'm just a little hesitant to reveal her name, that's all. Even with me to protect her. If word gets out that she's dating a human, both the Fae and human factions will give her a hard time.
Really? Wait, no.
Huh? Shram, what the—
Why is everyone looking at me like that?
Delicate times? Factions?
Yes. You know, the Civil War. Last time—
If I'm not mistaken, the last significant civil war in Snezhnayan history was over 400 years ago, when Her Majesty the Tsaritsa had just taken the throne and was consolidating her reign.
What do you mean, 400 years ago?
What's going on here?
All right, Mr. Mitya, you win this round. As far-fetched as it is,
I'm just as amazed as you are. I didn't even believe—
Is someone going to explain what's going on?
From the look on your face, you figured it out too, haven't you, Trap?
The theater's ley lines have been modified to block souls within its grounds from returning to them. Mr. Shram's statement proves and according to the investigation report on the theater hauntings, I don't think I... For some unknown reason, the soul that has been wandering the theater due to the... Yeah, that must be the immediate reason why the ticket count... The contents of the investigation report have been verified. There are indeed ley line issues and wandering souls in the death is near. That must mean that there's a dead person.
Yeah, the logic is clear now. The investigation report said that there would be souls stuck wandering around the theater because the ley lines were cut off. Mr. Shram must be one such soul who died in the theater a long time ago. In which case, that also makes him our extra person. So when the note said death is near, it must have been referring to death as in the deceased. People who died a long time ago.
Someone who died.
In short, there's a dead person among us. The extra person we've been—
You mean I'm a ghost? No. But even if I was dead, I know for a fact I didn't kill anyone these past 2 nights.
Yeah, even if all that's true, the report also said...
Then what if the problem isn't the souls at all, but the ley lines themselves? The ley lines have a powerful ability to attract and devour souls. Let's say that the ley lines are like a black hole, constantly seeking to engulf souls. But the souls that don't want to return are trying to avoid being sucked in.
Why does this...
What happens when the black hole can't achieve its goal? I'm only speculating here, but what if it ended up swallowing innocent souls by mistake? Or intentionally taking other souls to compensate?
that could explain why we weren't able to determine a cause of death. If you're right, and their souls were devoured by the ley lines.
It does seem to explain a lot of the things we couldn't make sense of.
Except there's no concrete evidence. Mitya's relying on a lot of logical leaps. Still, it seems like the best explanation we have under...
All right, so How could Shram not know that he's dead? Seems a little unlikely that he hasn't noticed anything and—
On the contrary, it's perfectly normal for a soul to wander the theater for centuries without questioning their existence or reason for being there. It's simply what's natural.
You know what, Mr. Brainiac? I think you might actually be right after. I'm trying to remember and... I was the one who didn't want to remember my own death. Well, My lady and I snuck out to go on a date one day. We bought tickets for the theater. It wasn't really my all of a sudden, a group of people burst into the theater, shouting for all the water imps to get out. Performers and audience members included. It was clear the conflict between humans and Fae had reached a boiling point. This time, the extremists were even coming after the water imps who had nothing to do with it. I thought I could pull one over on them. So I took off my jacket, draped it over my lady, and tried to sneak out amid the chaos. But I got caught. They started shouting, but I was going to do whatever it took to buy her a chance to escape. No matter how many people stood in my way. I had to. Both as their bodyguard. And out of love.
It's all right, friend. You can stop there if you want. You don't need to dig all that up again.
It's just... Even now, I'm... sorry. If I'd known I was a dead man walking, I wouldn't have dragged you down with me. If I'm the cause of all this death, then...
But...
No. I refuse to be a burden. I know what I have to do. You said I've been wandering the theater for centuries. I guess it's high time I got a breath of fresh air. Out there, I mean. I'll leave this place and take all this death with me. Go out on my own terms.
Mr. Shram, I'm sure we can figure out a different...
My good sir, we both know I'm not supposed to be here. I should have accepted my death long ago. One way or another, this has to end.
No, I'm speaking on a person.
Let it go, man. Oh, wait. One last thing. Miss Water Imp. My love...
Ozarova. Oh, Auntie Ozarova. That's what we all called her. I remember her as a very kind elder. She had a bunch of kids.
I'm so glad she survived. And she had lots of kids? Good. That's... good. As long as she went on to be happy. That's all that matters. Besides, I'm dead. There's no need to see me off, my friends. I've enjoyed our time together over these past few days. Perhaps.
Take care, my man.
I know Mr. Shram was already dead, but...
Death is cruel, no matter how we might...
So, was the conflict between Fae and humans really that bad back then? I was only little, so I don't even historical records about that time period don't say much about. All people know is that the Tsaritsa founded the Fatui, drove out most of the Fae aristocracy without explanation, then used her terrifying power to suppress the human.
It seems to me like the Tsaritsa chose to make herself the enemy. She downplayed the conflict, directing whatever animosity both sides had for each other at herself. That's also why, despite how brutal the conflict was at the time, there hasn't been much lingering tension between humans and Fae since. Things have been
So, the Tsaritsa banished the Fae to protect the Fae living in the city?
She offered herself up to be hated in exchange for peace.
Maybe it's not quite as bad as it sounds. I don't think Her Majesty is too concerned if mortals hate her or not. And besides, there are...
All this time,
All right. If Mitia's theory is correct, then I think we can
Ugh, if only this blasted storm was...
Well, the information he revealed, it's...
Looks like now we can just rest. I still can't believe Shram turned out to be a ghost who'd been in the theater for hundreds of years.
Knock knock.
Huh?
Knock knock.
You know the door isn't closed.
Think of it as a signal then. When I'm entering someone else's room and I knock, I'm here as Odette. If I don't knock, it's Lelik. Thanks.
So, why did you come to find...
Vodyanitsa said you knew about my secret identity, but when everyone was discussing who Lelik could be, you were worried that revealing what you knew would be unfair to me, so you kept it to yourself, right? Yes. I'm extremely grateful for that.
It's nothing. I mean, you didn't hold what happened with Signora against me, so...
Actually, there's something else as well. I found myself in... so I thought I'd come and ask you for advice. It's about Mitia. Before all of this, the last time I saw him, he was dead. As I'm sure you know, my goal as Lelik was to stop Project Stuzha. Well, when I found out the tech lead for the experiment behind Project Stuzha was Mitia, I immediately started planning to track him down. I often saw him around the theater, but I soon concluded that making my move there would risk exposing my identity. So I decided to infiltrate the Armory Palace and go directly to his lab. That way, the threat would be much more effective. Well, I suppose there was a bit of luck involved. But but when I finally made it to his lab, Mitia seemed to be dead. I checked his breathing and his pulse. I thought maybe another anti-Project Stuzha activist had beaten me to it, and chosen a much more brutal method.
That's why you were so on guard around Mitia that first night here.
Yes. When I saw him sitting in the audience during the performance, I could To me, it was a miracle. Somehow, he'd come back from the dead. But then, the murders started happening and things got so... That is, until Mitia himself said there must be a dead person among us.
And yet, you thought that bringing it up right away would single Mitia out.
Exactly. Besides, we soon figured out that Mr. Shram was a ghost, and we knew there was...
But now, it seems like I understand why you kept it to yourself. There was so much information.
So, what...
Let me confirm one thing first. When was it that...
Around a week ago.
A week ago? That's earlier than I thought. I saw him just a few days ago at a restaurant. He seemed completely normal to me. Chatting...
So he was definitely alive on that day.
Here's a thought. The reason we even suspected a dead person could be among us was because of the problem with the theater's... But Mitia's death happened inside the Armory Palace. The ley lines affecting...
You're right. I guess he doesn't fit the profile of the person we were searching for.
I think the chances of it being him are very low. Surely he can't have died for real in the Armory Palace.
Unless what?
Unless he really did come back from the dead.
You're right.
Huh, what's this? A private meet and greet? Where do I line up?
That's not...
Well, I was just making the rounds. Thought I'd try to...
What is going on with this storm? Could it be connected to that monster that just arrived in Snezhnaya?
I almost hope it is. Her Majesty the Tsaritsa left to vanquish.
Do you think people still feel the cold after they die? I'm wondering about Shram. Oh, maybe we should have given him a coat before he went out there.
Death itself is cold, isn't it?
Well, I hope he has a safe journey. I'm going to miss him. Thinking back on it, we barely made it out alive. Once we get out of here, how are we...
Are you okay?
Look who's Mr. Nice Guy all of a sudden. Is it because...
Yeah, without Tonya, who knows how badly he would have been hurt.
I told you already, I never intended to resort to...
Bunch of rats. Little girl? I was rather surprised when you spoke up for me this morning.
Oh, no.
I've been too embarrassed to... So kind to everyone, but never lets her old man off the hook. Unless my wife and I are having a fight, especially when she was little. All right. Are you taking anything?
Yeah. I'll be fine once I see my brother. He's gonna pick some frost fairy flower leaves and brew a tonic for me.
I see. That's good to hear then.
We should probably discuss arrangements for tonight, now that the deceased has left our midst. However, out of an abundance...
Shouldn't we take shifts?
No need. I managed to get a nap in earlier, so I have plenty of energy right now. After all the tension of the past few days, everyone else should just focus on getting a good night's...
What a long day. This whole situation turned out... But Valeri's right. I should just try to calm down.
He's awake! He's awake! Get over here, you big...
If you must call me something, call me Mr. Door. The Black Mist is coming. You need to go...
Are you all right? Can you walk? We just got attacked by monsters on our way up. That Mr. Door fellow protected... He just seemed to come out of nowhere. Not much of a talker, but when it comes to taking down... Curses! The Black Mist... Mr. Door, I don't believe I've ever seen you around here before. Why is that?
There's no need to try to get to know me. I'm just Mr. Door.
Mr. Door!
Looking for trouble? I can just push these ones off.
Oh. Well, anyway, we're lucky to have you here. Thanks for saving us earlier.
No need to thank me. This is where my duty lies.
Blade!
So we're doing this the hard way.
Ready to taste my fists? Curse you! Curse you! And Kate!
Oh, remarkable work, Mr. Door. Oh, if I had your muscles, I'd do the same. Are none of these doors the one you're looking for?
No.
Cryo Sword! Fighting Frog!
Come no closer.
Frost Surge!
Implement my command.
Impossible.
Encase!
Oh, goodness! I'm so... Wait, look! There's more monsters down there! No, no! They're gaining on us! Mr. Door, what are you doing? We need to get out of here!
Found it. This is my door.
What?
I am a door. This is where my duty lies.
No! You saved us! We can't leave you behind!
You must keep going. A door can only keep things out for so long.
But... Oh, you're right. The black mist isn't moving anymore. Looks like Surely I wasn't so scared out of my mind that I hallucinated a door as a human being. Oh, okay, good. Getting sleepy? Well...
What time? I guess everyone's still asleep? Larry? Wake up! Everyone needs to wake.
Just like the last 2 nights. No clear... I've been a real thorn in your side, haven't I, Mr. Valeri? But for me, life will be all the duller for not having...
How's Tonya? I just checked on her, and it doesn't seem like anything serious. She's just exhausted from the past couple of...
That means Valeri was the only one who died last night.
If Valeri was awake and keeping watch, it would have been impossible to kill him without waking everyone else up. That much is certain.
This is so frustrating. Why has nothing changed since yet?
Actually, one thing has changed. There's only one victim this time, not 2.
After the deceased Shram, it's a reasonable conclusion. The number of people who die each night is equivalent to the number...
Exactly. We identified Mr. Shram, and the night after he left, the death toll dropped from 2 to 1. By that logic, there must be one more dead...
Another one? But there was only one person unaccounted for in the ticket.
Having an extra person was definitely a cause for alarm. But being one person short isn't nearly as unusual. Someone could have left in the middle of the show, or...
One more dead person among us. If Mitya's theory is right, then it's just, at the time, we had no... If only we'd taken it...
I'm sorry. This is my fault. I had information that could have been helpful, but I held back.
I'm partly to blame as well. I was too...
What is this about? What if...
Sounds like there's some big news you... I'm the dead person? Wow,
that Odette and I talked about it yesterday, but we thought it just wasn't possible.
Yeah, I don't blame you. If I'd been there, I probably would have reached the same conclusion. Let me just try and verify this. I just scoured my memories trying to think back to the afternoon Miss Odette mentioned. But I honestly have no recollection of dying. That's where I'm different than Mr. Shram.
Having seen Mr. Mitya a few days ago myself, I also find it hard to believe he could be the other.
Well, if it isn't Mitya, then...
If you don't mind me asking, Traveler, I believe you mentioned that you know Tonya's brother. Had you ever met her before all this?
No, never.
Now just 1 minute. I know where this is going. You can't just... You're in the hot seat, and all of a sudden you want to...
Trying to pick a fight, Mr. Chuganov? Whenever you open your mouth, all you do is attack people, and I've had enough of it. If you don't want to engage in a civil discussion...
You!
Did Mitya ask about Tonya because he suspects her? I suppose I only identified her by age.
I'm just saying, you're going around. I can vouch for her, if nothing else. I've seen her before. She's the sister of that harbor.
Oh, really?
Since being here, I don't think I ever mentioned she was Child's sister
If Chuganov can vouch for her, then it can't be Tonya either. Miss Odette, could you go over that afternoon with me one more time, when you found me dead?
No problem.
Huh. No matter how hard I try. Miss Vojanitsa, during our last meal together, I told you how some of the researchers were suffering from temporary memory.
Oh, yeah. You said it...
Right. And even though I don't remember dying that day, I'm pretty sure I experienced something like some of my memories from that afternoon.
Are you suggesting you're missing the memory of you?
Of course. How am I only just realizing this? Humans aren't necessarily aware of their own death.
You mean being silently assassinated, or dying?
The researcher's amnesia. I must thank you, Odette. I think your perspective just helped me reach a breakthrough on a series of issues that have been trouble. All right.
Oh, leave! Hey, wait a minute! Aren't you rushing?
Come on, kid. Aren't you gonna fight for your life?
I have other reasons beyond what's been discussed. I remember during Miss Odette's performance, while I was sitting in the audience stalls, a brilliant new idea for my research popped into my mind. But then, I can't remember it now at all, and I didn't take any notes. I guess that must be another...
No. Hold on. I see where you're going with this. You're suggesting that each instance of temporary amnesia is a death, right? There's a glaringly obvious flaw in that idea, no?
I believe Miss Odette's account. During the period where my memory is blank, I must have been either dead or in a similar state. All it would take is for the same thing to happen in the theater, and I would come under the effect of the ley lines in this vicinity. This increases the likelihood. There's no evidence to suggest that anyone other than me is a candidate for the deceased. So allow me, as a scientist, to treat this as an experiment. Please relax, everyone. I don't think things are as bad as they may seem. If I really am the deceased, then to leave the theater will be a relief for me. If, on the other hand, I'm still alive right now, well, apparently you've all witnessed my resurrection recently anyway. Who's to say I won't return?
Mitya's right. This is the only thing we can try right now.
What is a scientist if not someone who gambles on experiment after experiment? With this snowstorm, the ley line phenomenon, ghosts of the dead, and my amnesia, we've been paralyzed by not knowing and powerless to do it. But if I do get resurrected, you can be sure that I'll come back with the truth of all this.
Poor Mr. Mitya. I didn't even get to
Maybe it's a good thing that you were...
I hate goodbyes. Why does it feel like everyone around me is slowly disappearing? Not just in...
Maybe it's the realization that, come to think of it, the main reason we're still alive right now is pure luck. You could take it a step further and say that the same is true outside, too. If I make it out of here, I'm going to cherish every moment that...
Without regret, I feel like a strange sense of anxiety has been quietly growing inside me.
Are you okay?
If something's bugging you, let's talk about it. There's only a few...
I have a travel companion named Paimon. Alyosha and Odette have met her before.
You're worried about her, aren't you? That makes...
To be honest, I used to feel like I was just a spectator in this world, watching everything that happens from the sidelines. Maybe it's because I'm a
descendant.
But with Paimon by my side, over time, I slowly felt my connection to this world growing stronger. She loves eating, sleeping, and having fun, but she's also a great guide. It's her authenticity that makes this whole world feel more real for me. Over the last few days that we've been apart, I've often caught myself wondering. But by the time I snap out of it, the conversation has already moved on. I'm trying to overcome this sense of detachment, but I really miss Paimon.
I bet she misses you when you're not there as well.
I don't know if this will make you feel any better, but back when the water imps left Snezhnograd in droves, I could be surrounded by people all smiling and having fun. Later on, I started to think, maybe accepting the fact that our loved ones won't always be with us is something that all we can do is cherish their... So, once we get out of here, you better hurry back to our side as fast as you can. You can't let your...
Thank you.
But Vodyanitsa, if you hate goodbyes too, why didn't you...
That's just the choice I made. I used to regret, like I said before. Singing is a water imp's primary mode of expression. Our songs have echoed through this theater for hundreds of years. But does a story exist without someone to read it? So I made the choice to stay. That way, there would still be someone left to sing these songs and listen to their stories. Otherwise,
could you teach me how to understand your people's songs sometime? I want to be able to truly hear them, like Mr. Shram.
A fan after my own heart. Thank you, Tonya. How about I sing something for you, and you tell me what you hear?
I've never heard that one before.
Color me impressed, Tonya. Most people can only tell if a song is happy or sad. I've actually never performed this song in the theater before, because it means something like, may those we have lost watch over us, and follow this song back home in the night, so that we might be...
No wonder I could hear that sense of longing. You sing it for loved ones who have passed away. I hope it reaches them.
It's getting late, Tonya, and you're not well.
Okay, but...
Of course!
Once I get out of here, but I guess that means I'll never get to hear Vodyanitsa sing again before I fall asleep. It's so dark in here. Huh? What was that?
Return, O spirits. Fulfill your oath of protection.
I'm alive?
No time for questions. Quick, over here. Turn on the switch. All right, we're safe. The spirit just now is called Night Prayer. The light subdues her, but she'll attack without a second thought in the dark. Sort of. I know it's hard, but you can't let this place go dark, or she'll kill you again. Yep. Luckily, I was here to resurrect you.
A bit more than a bummer, I'd say. Wait.
Sure I do. I'm your guardian spirit app. I specialize in soul recall. Oh.
Thanks.
Alright, there's no time to waste. The black mist is already catching up. We need to reach the next switch before the place gets too dark. If we bring the light back, Night Prayer won't be able to get to us. Sweet, sweet light! It's back! Now that's a sight for sore eyes. Shh! It's Night Prayer. We need to move quick, but don't let her notice you. Look out! The next switch is over there. It's too dark. We're not gonna make it. Traveler! I won't let you die like this.
Even though it's not permanent, dying is definitely not a pleasant.
Great.
Yeah.
Time for you to get out of here.
What about you?
I can't. I've already been used up. A guardian spirit's skills are finite. I might not look any different, but my essence has been exhausted. I can go no further. The black mist.
Why didn't you tell me sooner?
Because it wouldn't have changed anything. That knowledge would have just burdened you.
But...
Go. Now.
Well, I guess there's no need to inspect.
This wasn't supposed to happen. You lied to us, didn't you, Chuganov?
Take a long, hard look at yourself before you go around. I suspected you on day one, Lelik, and now look where we are. By some strange coincidence, you've never been targeted. You just happen to have survived. And you, little hunter, ever so content with staying on the sidelines. Yet you...
Now you're just lashing out indiscriminately. Where was all this passion and bravado before?
Is that a threat? Fine, bring it on.
After all the trauma of the past few days, Valeria and Mitya aren't here anymore. Someone else needs to... But first, I need to think this through. Of those who remain, people are easily misled by first impressions. Now that I think about it, Child's sister was in fact a label I imposed on her, but Mr. Chuganov vouched for Tonia's identity yesterday. Tonya, how's Tusser been? Your brother Ajax must have mentioned me in his letters home, right? Did he?
No.
Chuganov, looks like it's your turn to do some explaining. Yesterday...
I knew you were behind this, Chuganov. You've been lying through your teeth. Everything about you is fake. Down to the wife and daughter you're always talking about. Your entire family man... That night, when I infiltrated your place as Lelik, I noticed you were home alone. Didn't think much of it at the time. Just thought everyone else was out. But thinking back on it now, that doesn't seem very likely.
Even that was a lie? But...
Curses! Oh, why is there no end to this blasted...
I think I remember now. The reason I'm always coughing is because I got sick with frostbite. The locals usually call it the snow cough. It's not a very common illness. It's partly genetic and partly caused by the cold climate, but it can be fatal. They sent me to the hospital as soon as they found out I had it. And after a while, I felt myself growing weaker and weaker. So one day, I told my brother that I wanted him to take me outside for once, so things could be like he agreed. We got to the theater, bought tickets, and went inside. Oh, it was all so exciting.
Oh.
When I woke up, I couldn't find my brother but there's no way he'd leave me behind. So I decided to stay here and wait for him. At the time...
Tonya, it sounds...
Yeah, I know. I understand now. After all of that, it turns out I can't blame my brother after all. I'm sorry, everyone. I realized this much too late.
Your name probably isn't even Tonya, is it? Didn't that ever...
Well, when I was little, my brother and I read a story when we escaped from the hospital, our family in the hospital. So when you first approached me and said my brother had sent you, I thought he must have chosen a fake name that only the two of us would know. Because he was a...
At least your memory of death isn't painful. That is a small comfort. Now it's your turn, Chuganov. Talk to us.
You're right. I was lying. I happen to know that the Harbor... And yes, the truth of the matter is, I lost them a long time ago. My daughter's name was Iskra. And before you ask, yes, Iskra, as in Iskra Manufacture. She also died from the snow cough. She was just 6 years old. If she were still alive today, she'd be around the same age after Iskra passed. My wife couldn't bear to face those memories either. So she chose to start it one day when I came home from work and saw the empty room. I soon discovered that this was the only thing that made me feel any better, so...
Nothing more than a pathetic means of escapism, I know. So explain your false test.
The night before last, when I was chatting with Tonya, she mentioned that her brother would brew medicine for, combined with her various symptoms. The snow cough used to be an incurable illness. I would pick frost fairy flower leaves to brew medicine for Iskra too. But the year after my daughter passed away, the jester of the Fatui announced that a cure for frostblight, also known as the snow cough, it turned out that all previous treatments were completely ineffective. No better than random concoctions. That was the final straw for me. I just couldn't take it anymore. Just one more year. So, more than anyone, I know full well that in this day and age, no one in their right mind would still be using frost flower leaves to brew medicine. Poor Miss Tonya, therefore, had to have been from an era when snow cough was still a terminal...
So, you projected your daughter onto her? Even though you knew she was one of the dead?
That doesn't make any sense. You knew she was already dead. What did you...
I just don't believe in your crackpot theories. Nor do... How can you just declare a living person dead and throw them out into that... Nitya's gone. My good buddy Shram's gone. And now it's Tonya's turn, isn't it? The others I can make my peace with, but little Miss Tonya, here she is, standing right in front of... I just want her to live. Once this snowstorm is over, the very moment it stops, I'm going to march out that door and find someone who can fetch the... I'll be damned if I'm gonna let you cast her out into the snowstorm before I have the chance to... Not again! Not this time! Not when the cure is right within...
Mr. Chuganov, stop. By the sounds of it, you've known I was dead since the night before. I really liked Mr. Valeri, but I'm not happy about that. The reality is, you've been trying to fight your own demons through me. But all you've really done is trap me inside you.
No! Listen to me.
Well, at this point, I'm quite sure that I'm dead. I don't need to be saved. The time, despite all the bad things that kept happening, I got to meet so many interesting people. Since the day I escaped that hospital until now, I'm very fond of you all. If it were only possible, I'd trade my soul to bring back the ones who died. If it meant things didn't... And that's why I'm not fond of you at all, Mr. Chuganov. It's them that you owe an apology to, sir. Well then, I suppose this is it.
You're leaving already? It's still early.
No thank. My name is Patashka. It was nice meeting you all.
Feels strange that we're only being properly introduced now that it's time to say goodbye.
Tashka.
What are you doing, Chuganov? Are you crazy?
Let me leave.
In your dreams. Don't think you're getting off that easy when you had a hand in the deaths of so many people. The Fatui have honed quite an array of enhanced interrogation techniques since they were founded. Once we're out of here... I think we should leave. I doubt this snowstorm is ever going to stop. For all we know, this storm might have destroyed all of Snezhnaya by now. Maybe even the whole world.
Wait, we finally solved the mystery of the haunted theater today.
Fair enough. I don't particularly feel like dying in Chuganov.
And yet you won't let me die first.
Hey, Chuganov, on a serious note, if we do make it out of here, you should close down that factory of yours. A lot.
Is this really the time to be discussing my All right, fine.
Am I hearing? There it is again. But I don't understand.
Should we open the door?
Is this it? If the last few days are whatever lies beyond...
Hey everyone, I'm back.
How are you doing?
Much better, thanks. Whew, it is. Let me see. Vodyanitsa died last night. And then you discovered that Tonya was the other dead person.
Not Tonya. Patashka.
First, tell us how you made it back here. Given the...
You're right. The thing that got me back safely was... a song. I heard someone singing. After After walking into the snowstorm, my mind grew hazy. I don't know how long I walked through the storm before my mind completely slipped away. Then, suddenly, I heard the sound of singing. The voice instantly brought me back to my senses, and I regained consciousness. So I followed the voice, searching for the source of the singing. I searched and searched, until finally, just a few moments...
I've actually never performed this song in the theater before, because it has more of... It means something like...
That must have been Vodyanitsa's requiem.
That song is meant to guide the souls of the dead. Mitya.
Huh. No kidding. When I first stepped out of the theater, I was still quite lucid. I remember the outside world being completely different than what I'd expected. It was like this was a world where only the snowstorm existed. I don't know how else to describe it, except to say that it just didn't seem like... And as for the Requiem, if I was guided here by Vodyanitsa's song, it can only mean that I must already be dead. And this is my... But I didn't experience a clear moment of death while I was out there. Nor do I feel any
You don't seem any different to me either. In fact, this is something I've been wondering about for a while now. If souls aren't physical, both Shram and Patoshka were clearly deceased, and yet their souls didn't look or feel like ghosts.
This raises a truly terrible thought. Is that really what Mitya is Dreams can't Mitya's soul was summoned back by the Requiem. Of course. If even then maybe we've all been dead from the... Yes. I think that...
What did you say?
You heard me. We died in the theater. All of us did. But due to an obstruction in the theater's ley lines, our souls are trapped here. It's ironic, really. All that time, we were working so hard to figure out who the deceased among us were, when the truth was... Do you remember that note, "Death is near"? Seems like death was nearer than we wanted to think all along. The note simply meant that all...
So all our attempts to survive...
Hard to say. At the very least, we helped 2 lost souls find clarity and go to where they belong. The presence of those 2 is probably what caused our souls to be drawn in by the ley lines. In which case, the deaths we've awoken to over the past few days were just souls returning to...
If what you're saying is true... no wonder. This afternoon, when I was moving Vodyanitsa's body, I noticed that the other bodies in the room hadn't decayed one bit.
That's further proof that those aren't physical bodies at all, but merely...
Am I really dead? No. That's impossible.
I still find it hard to believe that all of us are dead. How exactly did we die in the real world?
Not even knowing how we died is preposterous.
Good grief. Exactly. It's hard to rest in peace when you don't even know how you died. It gave me lots to think about as I strode. I racked my brains trying to remember the cause of my death. The exact moment I died. Wait. Hold on. Right before I lost consciousness, I think I can't remember.
Mitya, your hand. Is that blood?
Huh? You're right. There's blood on the fingertips of my right hand. Looks like it's already dried. When did that happen? What the... I guess... this was what I saw. I must... What's wrong? Do you...
It's... Renova. The ruler of death. Alyosha, do you still remember that Snezhnayan folk It was about the Grim Reaper. When someone's about to die, he appears as an incarnation of someone familiar to guide their soul into the... And as soon as you recognize his face...
I heard a similar tale when I was little. You think the Grim Reaper in this story?
That's right. In which case, death is near could also mean that the Grim Reaper is here disguised.
Death, the deceit. When I first saw this note, I thought it contradicted the investigation report. But now.
So the Grim Reaper deliberately misled us. Then we started suspecting each other and.
By that logic, the one person most likely to be the Grim Reaper. No doubt about it. Looking back at how everyone has acted over the past few days. Is it you, Alyosha? You were the first to discover the investigation report, and you had—
So? Surely you can't suspect me based on that alone. What if someone else found the investigation report first?
There's no denying it. The note could easily have been slipped in much earlier than it was.
That's not all. I've also noticed that although on the surface, Valeri, Mitya, and sometimes I were the ones taking charge of the situation. Looking back now, even though you didn't say much, you were always subtly—
What do you mean?
You were the one who emphasized how dangerous it was outside and insisted we all stay here. It was also— And earlier today, you tried to
So, you didn't understand my intentions, and now you're assuming the worst.
And earlier today, you tried to convince Patashka to stay. I don't understand why, but it was out of character. He still won't admit it. Fine.
The biggest question I have right now is, if the Grim Reaper is impersonating Alyosha,
no. The Ruler of Death would have needed to control how everything unfolded from the start. That's right. This was the moment right at the start. Before any victims had even emerged, Alyosha was switched with the Ruler of Death while When all this began, right after the performance ended and the snowstorm began to pick up, no one suspected anything unusual. It wasn't until we discovered the bodies the morning after, but it's clear now that the oddities actually started earlier than that, when Dimov walked into the snowstorm and never came back.
Right. So Mr. Dimov was the first victim, not Sobolova and Torgov.
And if we pinpoint that moment as the beginning of this incident, then Alyosha, you are the only person who walked into the snowstorm and came back without the help of Vodyanitsa's Requiem.
More precisely, Alyosha never came back at all. The one who came back.
Not bad. Well, since you've backed me into a corner, I suppose there's no point in keeping up the act anymore.
Alyosha?
You're the Grim Reaper?
I am no such tired cliché. Mortals should address me as the Ruler of Death. Before being wiped out for good, you identified the two deceased, and even sensed my presence. A commendable—
I heard you can ferry souls. Those deaths each night. Were they your doing?
Your initial conclusion was correct. Due to the existence of the two deceased, every night they devoured an equal number of souls to fill the void. This required no intervention from me. Though, of course, ferrying soul— Here, take a look.
What are you doing?
That takes care of today's two. Don't get so worked up. You are already dead, and your souls must be—
I know we're already dead. You murdered—
Murdered? No. Murder is when mortals usurp my authority. Death is my jurisdiction. If I require someone to die, I need not resort to such laborious methods. You simply met the criteria to trigger my curse of death.
I know about the curse of immortality. So you cursed us? When?
So often, humans pray to me, begging to know when their death will come, and what form it will take. But few people ask why. If you must have an answer, know that death comes simply—
So you're not gonna tell us the truth?
Hold your tongue. By all right, those angels from the past are to blame for the reckless renovation of the ley lines here. It's made my work on this occasion infuriatingly complicated.
Work? So trapping us here, making us watch our friends die, that's just another day at work for you?
You clearly have a lot of questions. Fine. As a reward for your remarkable— After the physical body dies, the soul must return to the ley lines for that person's death. My work encompasses the entire process of death, including, naturally, the guiding of souls into the ley lines, with which you are now so familiar. You must also be rather familiar with Natlan's Night Kingdom, I presume? It was I who supported the creation of the Night Kingdom. It provided— Here, too, the ley lines connected to the theater underwent some modifications. The angels hoped to make them capable of accommodating the souls of some special creations. But this actually hindered their ability to accept ordinary souls to some degree. This effect manifested itself after you died from the curse in the theater, leaving you stranded in the afterlife, unable to achieve a complete death. But if souls who die from the curse of death fail to return to the ley lines within a short window of time, they will miss their then they will remain forever suspended between life and death. No.
So if you don't resolve this matter soon, and see all our souls return to the ley lines before long, we'll escape your control.
Mitya's sharp. This must be what Renova was worried might happen, and the reason she got involved. But if you have the authority to guide souls, why didn't you just show yourself and get it over with? Why hide among us in the—
You seek to understand the mind of a god. This is a theater, and I decided I wanted to watch a show about death. That's why I encouraged you. I found myself getting quite immersed. I suppose the entertainment you provided makes up for all the trouble you've caused me by being so defiant in the face of death. There. Are you happy with my answer?
Can't say I am.
Really? But it fits the stereotypes you humans have about gods.
Just moments ago, you were complaining about how infuriatingly complicated your work here has been. Work is work, I get it. There are times when it's a huge pain, but you just have to get it done.
That's a rather unique perspective for a human. You are in fact correct. There is a pain point in this case. Due to the obstruction in the theater's ley lines, there is a hard limit on the number of souls they can receive each day, making it impossible for me to ferry all your souls. Revealing my identity too soon would inevitably have led to futile resistance. And then there was the issue of the two lost souls you called the deceased. The way you resolved that quandary was all part of my
That's what I don't understand. If all of us were souls of the dead, what—
For centuries, they have refused to return to the ley lines, exploiting the issues created by the angel civilization to resist being drawn in. Centuries of obsession accumulated during this process. You may think of this obsession as the resentment of the dead, and in this quantity, it was a bomb that could have detonated at any— It reached the point where I could not afford to leave it unchecked. But the only way to fix it was to help them acknowledge their own deaths, make peace with their regrets, and will it only then, with my guidance, could they finally return to the ley lines. Otherwise, you would not like to know what the consequences—
I vaguely remember seeing Batashka, but in the most terrifying form. Was that in a dream? Is that what would have become of her if she hadn't returned to the ley lines?
I see your dreams brought you many revelations. So you see, death in fact grants wisdom to mortals. Souls connect to all things in the world and see the chain of cause and effect between them. Anyway, giving psychological counseling to lost souls is more of an angel's role. It was something I could not resolve directly using my authority, so I decided it was easier to leave the bomb defusal to you. Meanwhile, of course, their presence caused the souls of other members of your party to return to the ley lines each night. From where I stand, that was killing too, as both issues slowly resolved one another without me having to lift a finger. All I had to do was stay close by and keep the situation under control. Then use and, of course, while I was at it, I thoroughly enjoyed watching this drama, dealing with death from a mortal perspective, play out on—
Sounds like you had it all figured out. I just did the math. You said there's a hard limit to the number of souls.
That much is obvious.
It's time to review this whole affair. If the ley lines can only take in 2 people per day, I need to— Looking back now, none of us had the faintest idea at the time. From the moment that staff member named Demoth walked into the snowstorm, the incident had already begun. No. Let me— Let me go over— Alyosha was the second to walk into the snowstorm. During this process, the ruler of death assumed his identity, making him one of the— During our first night in the theater, everyone was caught up in the novelty of it all. No one could have expected there would be victims the very next morning. Despite all the confusion, and with the help of hindsight, we finally began to realize that something was amiss with the snowstorm. The ley lines devoured Torgov and Sobolova on the first night. Odette and I spoke a lot that night. 3 people were on watch, but in the morning, we discovered that someone had fallen victim all the same. The deaths of Kulish and Rampana caused every unexplainable phenomena occurred one after another. Later, we discovered that there seemed to be an extra person among us, and subsequently discovered the existence of the deceased. Mr. Schramm realized he was the deceased. No. He thought it was all over. But Mr. Valeri's death was a rude awakening for everyone. A lot happened today. Mr. Valeri's death led us to discover the connection. fact that there was more than one deceased seemed to bring us back to square one. Odette revealed some information she had been keeping to herself. Although Mitya did, the void in the ley lines hasn't been filled, so let's rule out Mitya for now. As it happened, Patoshka filled the void left the girl I thought was child sister Tonya. Vodyanitsa was swallowed by the ley lines in her sleep, but the requiem she sang before, come to think of it, Patoshka was about to walk into, and Renova, unaware that Mitya would return, was concerned that her soul would overflow from the ley lines. That's why she used Alyosha's voice to try and persuade her to stay behind. Looking back, I suppose that was an early slip-up on her. No one could have expected anyone who walked into the snowstorm to return. But just after nightfall, Mitya returned, bringing crucial information with him. Various truths began to surface, including that all of us were already dead, and that the ruler of death was here among us. Then, after revealing her true form, Renova callously claimed 2 souls. In fact, everyone was already dead by the time we took the photo. Now, only Mitya and I remain. That covers everything.
Your work isn't finished here yet, is it? The Traveler and I—
The Water Imp's song threw things off a little. The ley lines have already anchored your soul, and the first ray of light tomorrow morning will take you back. I, meanwhile—
So the reunion in the night that Vodyanitsa mentioned, I suppose that was never meant to be a permanent reunion.
That just leaves you, Traveler. My power only allows me to temporarily separate your soul, and your soul is firmly anchored to your body by your will. For a descender like you, who is not bound by Teyvat's rules, your death can only be brought through the most violent of means, such as directly destroying either your body or soul. I have no interest in involving myself with Descenders. For now. Although, this may change if Asmodee remains missing. Or you insist on interfering.
One last question then. All our struggles and sacrifices here, they were meaningless.
Death abides no reason. Besides, what you call sacrifice is merely a concept created to me. It is nothing more than a self-indulgent charade in the face of death. Mere mortals fantasizing that their actions could reclaim something from my grasp. A truly laughable idea.
Grim Reaper, you really know how to get on my nerves.
I'm not here to ingratiate myself with you. I kill merely because your deaths are necessary.
Oh, you've made that quite clear. But humans don't take well to being scorned. Not even by the gods.
This is futile. You must know that you are powerless against me in my own domain. I suggest that you save your strength.
For what? Maybe we can't change it. But if nothing else, we can at least teach you to have some respect for the dead.
Audacious.
How are you holding?
What happened?
How much do you...
What do you mean?
Has Odette already forgotten? Mitya?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Don't you remember anything?
Yeah, I remember now, comrade. Looks like we guessed right. Just like me when Odette found me at the Armory Palace. For some reason, everyone killed by the ruler of death, just with one catch. They forgot what happened while they were dead.
Odette and the others have already forgotten everything.
Could this be the reason? You said this is the ruler of death's symbol, right?
I don't...
You don't? Huh. Okay, I guess that makes sense. I carved this into my hand in the afterlife. So it's... Does that mean I carved this symbol into my soul? What an unsettling thought. Still, at least I get to remember what happened. I suppose it's a blessing in disguise. What about you, though? The ruler of death mentioned that you're a descender?
A full explanation would get complicated very quickly. But that's essentially it.
Well then, now that it's all over, let's figure out what we've learned. The first thing I notice is that everything here is precisely as we left it, right before our deaths. This confirms that time passes differently in the afterlife than in the real world.
They say that right before death, time slows down, and your whole life flashes before your eyes.
That must be how you know you have one foot in the afterlife by that point. Anyway, clearly the few days we spend in the afterlife probably only amounted to a few short minutes in the real. This also aligns with previous reports of widespread temporary memory loss among the Armory Palace personnel. Now it seems likely that those were all brief deaths caused by the Grim Reapers. To those unaware of the truth, dying and coming back to life must feel similar to a short... This leaves me with a couple big questions. What are the conditions that trigger this so-called curse of death?
If nothing else, I think it shows that killing us wasn't her ultimate goal. We still don't know her true reasons for subjecting us to death.
Right. This time only got complicated because of the situation with the theater's ley lines. That's why she had to approach it differently. If the previous incidents of amnesia among the researchers are anything to go by, killing us is usually a pretty routine matter. Come to think of it, wasn't I about to note something down before I died? I can't remember what it was, but I think it was... sorry, Traveler. I'll catch up with you again later. Right now, I have to make a...
Sir, if I may, no one of your description has ever shown up in my investigations into Mr. Mitia's friends. Yet, you two seem very familiar with each other. And, by the way, have we ever crossed paths?
I can explain everything. Could you help me gather everyone in the theater in one place?
So, Chuganov really is going to shut down the factory. I guess this theater incident actually did us some good after all. So, you said I promised to take you to the Armory Palace while we were in the afterlife, yes? I believe you. I think I even have a vague memory of it. Agreed. Let's check in on her first. The whole reason for our trip to the Armory Palace anyway is to figure out what...
I'm finally back. Even though a long time has passed from my I should keep my emotions in check when I-
Wait. The atmosphere here feels off. Shh. Stay cool.
Have we still not been able to notify Child yet? We need new orders. I'm so sorry. Under the...
Tell me, what happened to Paimon?
It was the Jester. He came... He's the director of the Fatui. His authority supersedes all others and cannot be questioned. There was nothing we...
How long ago did he leave?
It was about an hour ago. Miss Paimon was fast asleep at the time. The Jester simply walked off with her as if it was only natural.
Do you know where they went?
The Armory Palace, most likely. Lord Piero, the Jester, has been... I'm surprised he came in person. Whatever his reason for taking Paimon, he'll...
Then lead the way, Odette.
Okay? It's just up ahead.
No, I'll go alone. You know I'm planning to force my way in. You're with the Fatui, so you...
I was hardly planning on taking you through the official channels anyway. I'm here. I may be a Fatus, but I'm also Lelek. Paimon's safety is paramount right now. With me around, you'll have an extra pair of hands. There might...
If you say...
Let's go. There's no...
Hey, who are you? This part of the Armory Palace is under restricted access. What do you think you're doing?
No questions, please. We're short on time.
Stabilize!
I spell your doom.
Now it's your
You have a pass? Where are you coming from? So, you're intruders, huh? Don't blame me for what happens next!
Smite to
The Armory Palace is hidden this deep in? This place is much bigger than I imagined.
They're conducting top-secret research after all. The deeper it's hidden, the better, is standard Fatui logic.
The style doesn't really look like the Fatui's handiwork, though.
They must have requisitioned some structures from a past civilization.
for a tough fight. Intruders! Stay alert! This is order.
Intruders?
Just what are you guys trying to do here?
I shall fix your scalp! Couldn't fix it! Listen! Fix your scalp! Couldn't!
Smite to death! Lofty wisdom will show us the way!
I will have order. No one interferes with a jester's work.
Without further ado,
Pretty sharp.
Looks like no one's guarding this place.
There's something off about that decoration over there. Look out!
Let's deal with these before we move on.
be cleansed. Smite the dust!
The researchers here probably don't know that we're uninvited guests. Let's try not to hurt them.
Hmm? What's the big star from the theater doing here?
Was the whole reason for Project Stuzha to support the research here at the Armory Palace? Just what are the Fatui and the Tsaritsa planning?
Whoa! Who are you? Never seen you around here before.
Looks like there's no way through here.
Maybe using the power of this prism could help?
I think I see some images.
It's the prism's power at play, causing images of the past to reappear, albeit...
Paimon. And the Jester. Is this another scene from the past?
Yes. It looks quite old, though. I don't think it happened in the recent past.
What's going on here? What happened?
The source seems to be the Armory Palace. They must have started some large-scale experiment.
Wait, what if this has something to do with Paimon? We need to hurry!
We're almost there. The Armory Palace is just up ahead.
Paimon, please be okay. What's going on? It's the curse of death. No, no, not now. Why is the curse Odette? Is this the app? I need to find a way back to reality. Is that... Odette? No signs of life. But past experience says that she should be resurrected before too long. Did Odette intentionally use her core Ignis to guide my soul? Thank you, Odette. If not for you, my soul wouldn't have found its way back to my body so quickly. But I'm sorry. I don't have time to protect you. I have... Sure enough, everyone here has been affected by the curse of... Paimon! Paimon! No, wait. Paimon probably didn't escape Renova's curse either. She won't be able to respond to me right now. I'll have to find her myself. Mitya! Is this the laboratory he works in? What happened here to trigger the curse of death again so soon? I'll have to ask him when he wakes up. Finding Paimon has to take priority now. Found her! Paimon really is here!
don't learn, do you? You've already been involved in one mass death, and now you show up at the scene of another. This might have passed for a coincidence the first time, but a second time? Am I to assume you are intentionally interfering in Snezhnaya's affairs? Judging by your expression, it seems that you understand little of what is going on here. In that case, a word to the wise. Do not interfere in Snezhnaya's affairs. A civilization that fails to learn its lesson constantly depletes its own worth. It will one day lose any reason for its existence, and as a descender, you are perfectly suited to be the lifeline to which a dying civilization might desperately cling. Consider your position carefully.
No advice needed. I'll make my own judgments.
Suit yourself. When the day of reckoning arrives, not even a descender can hope to escape unscathed. The time for resurrection fast approaches. The mortals here are not yet worthy to behold my form. So that will be all for today. That thing is coming with me. You awoke sooner than I thought. The curse of immortality is stubborn, unable to enter the ley lines, yet not content to remain a spirit.
Ruler of death, what do you want?
You perplex me. Both you and you. That thing may be a creation of Celestia, but it possesses none of Celestia's power, let alone authority. Your obsession with it baffles me. No matter, the resurrection will soon begin. It's worthless anyway. I'll reclaim it next time.
Hey, who says there'll be a next time? I missed you, Paimon.
What are you talking about? We haven't even been apart for that long, have we?
It was... You seem to be in pretty good shape.
Yeah, Paimon's back in tip-top It's the weirdest thing. The Jester and that guy talking to him used some kind of energy on Paimon. And she could kind of feel it canceling out that other thing that was making her feel like...
So, Mitya helped too?
Apologies for leaving in such a hurry at the theater earlier. I was in a rush to verify some theories. Rest assured that your companion is perfectly safe. We reversed the effects that the experimental energy had on her. The Jester specifically instructed me to do so.
I suppose this is our first official meeting, Traveler. I could not let Paimon suffer in her condition for a moment longer, and so I simply took her without explanation. I hope you do not mind.
But why would a big shot like you care about what happens to Paimon?
As I said when you first arrived in Snezhnaya, we once spent some time together in the distant past.
Oh yeah, you did mention that.
I'm afraid the reminiscing will have to wait. Mitya, let us continue with the report. What conclusions, if any, did you reach from conducting the final experiment of our energy research?
The good news is, my hypothesis regarding the Ruler of Death has been verified. As for the bad news, I recommend we suspend the experiments and Project Mistleton until further notice. Currently, we have no means with which to make a breakthrough. I say this purely as a scientist, guided by reason alone.
I will trust your judgment. We shall put the project on hold until the Ruler of Death has been eliminated.
Wait, what are you guys talking about? You want to get rid of Renova?
By whatever means necessary, so long as it removes the threat she poses to us. Until then, everything we do will be in vain. After what just happened, I've ascertained Renova's goal. Or rather, the trigger condition for the Curse of Death.
Okay.
What she's doing is blocking Snezhnaya's technological progress, preventing us from possessing any means with which to threaten the heavenly principles.
Just like the little lapdog she is.
So, any ideas, research, or experiments that lead to technological progress can trigger the curse. Just now, for instance, I was set to launch a final phase energy experiment ahead of schedule. If the experiment was successful, we could have achieved As expected, though, the moment the experiment began, all the researchers, technicians, and witnesses died from the curse. All that effort, not to mention the energy and materials we relied on Project Stuzha to gather for us, went to waste. In the end...
Does that mean something similar happened when we were at the theater?
That's right. During the performance, I thought of an important breakthrough regarding the experiment, and wound up dragging everyone into this. So the nature of the curse seems to be something like... when moments of technological progress occur, all life in the vicinity is taken away.
What a violent method!
Of course, that meant the curse was normally limited to the Armory Palace. Since outsiders are forbidden from entering, this mass death phenomenon went unnoticed. Until Odette came along. I believe she was the first witness. The Curse of Death was triggered just before she infiltrated the Armory Palace that day.
But you mentioned something about a final stage experiment.
That's right. Even with the gods locking certain key components out of reach, humanity can still advance technology in incremental steps accumulated over time. But, as I'm sure Renova anticipated, even incremental progress has its limits, a point where the truth you're seeking must be put to the test in an experiment.
You mean the experiment you were just about to do?
Yes, we were at a critical juncture, a moment where the quantitative was about to translate into fundamental qualitative change. With this single experiment, we could have brought everything we've worked for to fruition. But now, after already being forced to fumble around in the dark all this time, it feels like we've truly hit an impenetrable wall. As long as Renova's curse of death persists, we won't be able to advance the experiment or obtain any results.
And with Project Stuzha having been in effect all this time, at our nation's current strength, repeated trial and error is simply unsustainable. Only by eliminating Renova first will it be possible to continue advancing our plans.
But she's the ruler of death! She can just kill whoever she wants, right? That's gotta be the scariest power ever! Is it even possible to beat her?
We'll see. But one thing's for sure. She definitely can't just do whatever she wants. The best proof of that is me, standing here, very much alive.
You're saying...
Wouldn't it be easier to just kill all of us researchers for good? Why resurrect us over and over again? Why let us advance our technology to this point?
So, you're saying even the ruler of death has limitations we don't know about?
Exactly. And I think that's where the key to our breakthrough lies.
Regardless, the ruler of death has always been an obstacle we must overcome. Indeed, we must face life, death, time, and space. After all, our goal is the heavenly principles.
The Fatui want to challenge the heavenly principle?
For a long time, I've had a vague suspicion the Fatui and the Tsaritsa were targeting the heavenly principles, but hearing the Jester admit it is still a shock. No wonder the Tsaritsa's goal has always been kept a secret. From what kind of road will that lead Snezhnaya down?
In that case... Lord Jester, I would like to request some leave. I'd like some time to organize my thoughts and go...
Granted. Get some rest, put the experiment out of your mind, and take care that the curse of death doesn't affect any civilians. While there is yet time, allow me to offer you my hospitality, honored guest of it.
I remember hearing the term Mistleton from
Yeah! Paimon wanted to ask about that when the name came up just now. What is it? Paimon's heard of Project Stuzha, but not this one.
As you know, Project Stuzha is a series of measures enacted to consolidate our nation's resources, the greater purpose of which is to serve Project Mistleton. Many of the things you have encountered thus far are essentially for the advancement of that project. This includes the Kuvaki Experimental Design Bureau in Notdry. Researching Kuvaki was merely a facade. Its core objective was to use local resources and research findings to build...
And that's a weapon built for the final battle against the
Huh?
I was given some intel, and I made some...
Wait! You must mean that thing over there! Oh, Paimon's gotta take a closer look at this thing. Especially if you guys...
Kuvaki alone will not break through Celestia's defenses, let alone challenge the heavenly principles. The heavenly principles are no doubt accustomed to combating the power of the light realm, and elemental energy is simply the power of the human realm, converted to that form by the heavenly principles themselves. Any attempt to use this power against its creator. For now, therefore, we have set our sights on the form of energy associated with the third descender and the stellar linchpins. This may hold the potential to allow Mistleton to contend with the heavenly principles. You could say that by reverse engineering the stellar linchpins to extract the energy within, we have obtained a source of anti-Celestia energy.
The Kulagi Experimental Design Bureau, Project Stuzia, and the new energy experiments. Huh. So, Project Mistleton is what ties it all together. And it looks like your plan is almost complete. Paimon really doesn't remember. He's basically a stranger.
Allow me to explain. The reason Paimon reacted to the anti-Celestia energy developed by the Armory Palace is because she comes from Celestia herself. More specifically, she is one of its creations.
Paimon? A creation of Celestia?
Oh, right. I was blinded by anger earlier, but thinking back on it, Renova also said that Paimon is a creation of Celestia. But she lacks Celestia's power or authority.
As you know, the lunar fragments in Nodcry were pulled down from the sky using Fatui technology. But the first application of this technology was in Conria over 500 years ago. I used this technology upon the heavens, and the response I received was none other than Paimon descending from Celestia. I presented her to the Vinster King, but he took no interest in this gift, nor did it satisfy him. Paimon then took up temporary residence in my palace until, of course, the arrival of the Cataclysm.
Wait, Paimon's a little confused. You're talking about things that happened in Conria 500 years ago, but Paimon doesn't remember any of that.
Having lived through the Cataclysm, perhaps you too were burdened with some manner of curse. Although, losing your memories would indeed be the smallest price I've ever seen paid.
But it's not just her memory from Conria. Paimon doesn't even know how she spent the last 500 years. She only has memories from the past few years. What was Paimon like back in Conria? Did she know a whole lot because she came from Celestia? Was she super smart?
Unfortunately, when you arrived in Conria, your consciousness was like that of a newborn infant. None could say what kind of being you once were in Celestia. During the time you lived in Conria, your personality was no different from how it is now.
To get her memories back and become super smart is ruined before it could, you know. Even though Paimon lost her memories, she still feels weirdly close to you for some reason. That must mean you took pretty good care of Paimon back then.
On the contrary, I completely ignored your existence. I was entirely focused on my struggle against Troptatir the Wise. But now, as I see it, it is as if you are the only sane thing that survived that era of insanity, and thus are worthy of protection.
Noted. Man, Paimon's gotta stop projecting friendship on everyone she meets. But, Traveler? Even though you know Paimon's some creation of Celestia now, you still want her, right? You're not going to abandon her? Oh, phew! That's a relief. Paimon's just learning about this too.
Her Majesty the Tsaritsa has embarked upon an expedition to vanquish a monster. Were it not for this, I imagine she would have been delighted to grant you an audience.
Seems like the powers that be in Snezhnaya don't intend to hold my past conflicts with the Fatui against me.
The Harbingers have been granted significant autonomy in retrieving the Gnosis. But by the same token, they do not completely represent Snezhnaya's official.
You read my mind.
Speaking of the Gnosis, Paimon's been dying to ask this question since forever. What exactly?
The Gnosis will undoubtedly serve as a key bargaining chip when she confronts the heavenly principles. Beyond that,
What do you mean? Not sure. Don't you make the rules? You're the highest ranking Harbinger!
Taking on the heavenly principles is something most people wouldn't even entertain in their wildest fantasies. Why?
in Teyvat today, civilization is nothing but an illusion. Something whose very our civilization may very well be destroyed in the struggle, but as things stand, the heavenly principles could choose to negate our existence on a passing whim. And we only by changing the state of affairs, only by overthrowing the heavenly principles, can our civilization truly be said to have taken root. Otherwise, the fate of the people of Conria and Hyperborea is a cycle doomed to repeat itself.
Accepting potential destruction?
Furthermore, perhaps this is still somewhat difficult for you to understand. Are you aware that all the rules of this world are made up of curses?
Huh? All of them? Paimon knows about the curse of death you mentioned, and...
Then the birth of the Hilichurls, the rules of Natlan's Ode of Resurrection. Those are curses too? Farina's long life seems to stem from a curse placed on her by Focalor as well.
Yes. Even a god's love for humanity is a curse the heavenly principles inflicted upon the gods.
What?
The Tsaritsa has always had ample reason to hate the heavenly principles. If she can seize their authority, she will reconstruct the entire world, and when that time comes, look forward to it. It will be a world beyond your imagination. Though the ordinary people of Snezhnaya may not understand these details, in this frigid land locked in a sea, we all believe that standing in solidarity with the Tsaritsa in our shared struggle will surely usher in a new and better world.
Thank you for telling me so much. I'm a bit surprised, honestly. I didn't...
Given the circumstances, the Fatui need not hide anything from our allies.
Ally?
To advance Project Mistleton, we must first resolve our issue with the ruler of death. And if I presume correctly, you have...
That's right. Ever since she said she intends to reclaim Paimon when we next meet, I figured reconciliation was out of the question.
Against an opponent of this caliber, deliberating over our allegiances would waste time we do not have. We must join forces unreservedly with whomever we can. If we are...
You're going to challenge the ruler of death? Just for Paimon? But Paimon's only... Thank you! Thank you! Oh, gee! Now Paimon doesn't even know what to say! Anyway, Paimon's super touched! touched!
The Tsaritsa will return in triumph in short order, and the Fatui shall hold internal discussions regarding the enemy. The time for us to meet again.
Got it. Thanks for your help with Paimon. I'll be sure to look after her for you.
There was just one other thing. Well, it's just a request, really. Paimon, of course, Paimon knows it's top secret and stuff, but...
Certainly you may.
Oh, for real?
While the technology is not yet fully developed, it has nevertheless reached the stage where Celestia's creations are unable to damage it. In that regard, you may rest assured.
Oh. Wow. No wonder Paimon felt so out of sorts recently, even though it was super far away. Alright then!
Paimon? You're okay.
Long story short, yep, Paimon's all that.
That's right. When I woke up, I wanted to go in after you, but the guards had woken up as well. It would have been tough to take them on alone. And so I returned the way.
It was thanks to you that my soul found its way back to my body.
Huh. That actually worked? Nice. I just figured I'd try my luck. Really, you should be thanking this thing instead. Anyway, and now that things here are all taken care of.
Ah, Director Chuganov, you're back. We just received notice that Project Stuzha has been suspended, so we've convened an emergency. This is the preliminary plan. In addition to expanding production capacity, we've also discussed feasible layoff plans to optimize revenue and expend. Our calculations indicate that the factory's profits will increase by at least 30%.
That won't be necessary. Leave the energy for those who need it. Whether they use it just to get by or to run a business, start preparing to halt production and lay off the staff. Make sure the workers are able to land on their feet and that they are duly compensated. Thank you all for...
Am I hearing you right? Why? After all...
I just... suddenly don't want to do this anymore. Iskra, it's time to rest.
Dear esteemed members of the Rokot, given the effects of Lelik's radical actions upon our organization's reputation and social stability, a decision has been made to permanently withdraw this codename from use. Considering that Lelik did what they did for the benefit of the people, the Rokot has nevertheless negotiated with the authorities, ultimately securing a waiver for all penalties due to them. Lelik will be suspended for a period of time. Depending on their future performance, they may be allowed to adopt a new codename and continue acting as... The purpose of this notice is to remind everyone once again that motives and methods are equally important when one... Even with Project Stuzha's suspension and our interim operational victory, we must guard against complacency and rashness and work to consolidate the progress we have made so far. We act only for the greater glory and solidarity of our nation. May the aurora shine ever on, and the tundra always stand firm.
We act only for the greater glory and solidarity of our nation. May the aurora shine ever on, and the tundra always...
You mean for us?
Just thinking out loud, I've never seen the Snezhnograd Vecha so lively before.
I never once thought I'd come here. But I understand everything now, Rosaline.
I've seen Spirit Seeker performed many times, including by your mother.
Why do you bring that up all of a sudden?
Even though the choreography is always identical, every dancer finds a way to make it her own.
So you actually want to talk to me about ballet?
I just think it would be a pity if the dance was lost to history. She didn't teach it to you, did she?
That was an unusually subtle taunt for you.
We embraced one another on the snow-swept plains, melting the ruthlessness of time. But when our bodies, in pieces, are cast to the winds, what of our love will remain behind?
Don't tell me you can't sing.
Shush. I understand her hatred. The Fatui robbed her of the life she should have had. I never opposed her dancing. Yet still I became an enemy of her ballet. I'll just keep my distance. Many despise me. I'm used to it.
You're certainly not one to shy away from confrontation. But children, they need a different approach.
I'm hardly the most maternal figure.
Yet, she is a child. In my experience, while a father commands authority, he must still yield to love. You should tell her what you think about her dancing. Odette will soon take the stage at the Khorailyevsky Theater. This could be your chance.
Geonosis secured. It went smoothly. I'll be there. Have them send me an invitation.
Sadly, things didn't work out. Her final words are inside that block of ice.
This? Aren't these for monitoring her subordinates?
Not yours. This one isn't her witch's flame, but my two worlds' flames. The two worlds' flames can burn away memories. It was my parting gift to Rosaline.
If all goes to plan, she and I will both live to see that Tsaritsa succeed. I believe she'll find peace. But if anything happens to me, she needn't follow in my footsteps. The cryo energy will fade away in time. Then the two worlds' flames will burn away all memories of the Fatui. She'll be free to dance. She deserves this.
I will handle the aftermath. The choice is yours, child.
Paimon came from, too! Like, who cares if Paimon's a creation of Celestia? She's probably not anyone that important. Probably just the fairy of food and fun, and like you said, this doesn't have to change anything between us. You're not gonna just... Hey! Hurry!
You've spent the last few days lying in bed and stuffing your face.
Says who? They don't call her White Floaty for nothing. Paimon originally wanted to check out the bookstores in Snezhnograd, but she's more in the mood for flying around right now, so let's save that for later. Wait, they've got light novels from Yai Publishing House here too. Huh? And this is Paimon's favorite mystery story from Fun. The local Snezhnaya books look pretty interesting too.
I thought you were in the mood for flying around.
Paimon can read while she flies. Hey, look at these two dolls. Which do you like better? All right, boss, we'll take both.
Oh, I thought we were only getting one.
There you are.
Paimon will grab this and then... Huh? 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 How many layers does this thing have? And... a whole bunch of people are gathered over by the plaza. Hey, look! That looks like Tartaglia! Hey!
I know that voice. Of course. If it isn't Paimon and my old comrade. You're looking well, Paimon. All better?
Yeah! The Jester knew what was wrong and fixed Paimon right up! Thanks for sending someone to keep Paimon safe, too.
Oh, yeah. About that. That was... kind of embarrassing. Who could have known that our director would go looking for you in person? Oh, right. Let me introduce you. This is my little sister, Tonya.
Hello, Tonya. Hello. Firstly, I'm really sorry about my
Hey now, why'd you have to start with that?
So she's the real Tonya.
She said you two didn't manage to meet up at the theater. She waited ages for me, and when I didn't show, she got a little worried and went outside.
I know, right? He didn't bother to say a word to me. I searched up and down the city for him, and he only told me about it when I finally caught him at the gates of Gloopop.
I've been rushed off my feet lately, so I didn't get the chance to go home. I just figured that...
Well, the snow was bad, and you're never late. So I was really worried about you.
I'm sorry, Tonya. I really am. I'll make it up to you somehow.
Although the mix-up led to a series of misunderstandings, it's probably for the best that the real Tonya didn't get caught up in that mess. Besides, it's obvious that Tartaglia isn't usually one to break a promise. He only gave his ticket to me because he had to look into Lelik.
No, it's fine. It just meant I didn't get to see the show in the end. By the way, what did you think? You were one of the
I would say the best is yet to come.
Huh? What kind of review is that?
Hey, look!
I don't sing for anyone in particular. Still, if someone stops to listen, I hope it provides a moment of peace all the same. Would you like to go moon gazing? You can sit in my rocking chair and admire the view. Or we could go to the moon and gaze down at Teyvat. Whatever you prefer.
You all missed the good times.
All geared up.
I don't sing for anyone in particular. Still, if someone stops to listen, I hope it provides a moment of peace all the same. Would you like to go moon gazing? You can sit in my rocking chair and admire the view. Or we could go to the moon and gaze down at Teyvat. Whatever you prefer.
Oh, no.
You all missed the good times.
Oh, no.
You all missed the good times.
Again.
You all missed the good times.